Welcome to today's digital conference. I'm Franklin de Vries, the Senior Governance Advisor at the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Before we start the conference, I want to mention a couple of housekeeping points for today's Zoom webinar. We have a wealth of new research and analysis being presented and debated today. To make it feasible to conduct a full-day conference online, we have included breaks between the sessions, and we intend to keep that schedule. During the whole day, the IALS Zoom link, which you're on now, will remain open and accessible. There will be breakout sessions later today with a separate link, which we will make available at 12 o'clock UK time, so we encourage everyone to watch out for that one. In each session, after the 3 or 4 presentations, there will be an opportunity for questions and answers. We ask you to write the questions in the Q&A box, and you can do so while the presentation is ongoing. We would like to ask you to make the question concise and clear and to indicate to whom you want to address the question. Finally, you're also free to send out messages on social media about the conference and the substance of the research findings. The hashtag for the conference is COVID-Democracy, and that will also be displayed at the screensavers, which you will see between the sessions and also right now. With that, I'm happy to hand over to Mr. Anthony Smith, the CEO of the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, for his welcome remarks, and then followed by Mr. Constantine Stefano, the Director of the Sir William Dale Centre of the Institute for Advanced Legal Studies of the University of London.
Thank you very much, Franklin. As Franklin said, my name is Anthony Smith. I'm the Chief Executive of the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and I would like to welcome you all to this conference on democracy and COVID-19 emergency measures. As most of you know, the Foundation, WFD, is the UK's democracy support organisation. And like everyone else in the democracy support community, we have been affected by and worried about the impact of the pandemic on democratic governance. At the height of the pandemic, all of the 33 WFD offices around the world were closed, and most of us are still working remotely. I'm speaking to you from Scotland at the moment, which is very remote from our office. However, we were busier than ever, not just adjusting to remote working, but actually sharing experiences with our partners, especially parliaments, of how to operate under lockdown. We were also providing analysis on many of the issues that were arising every day, including the impact of the pandemic on women, and we've been coordinating with our European and other partners. Our pandemic democracy tracker is on our website. The concerns that we had about the impact on democracy of the pandemic were not just related to the emergency measures. We were also worried about the long-term impact on trends in democratization, trends which, from our perspective, have been heading in the wrong direction for some time. This is a crisis of a type that many of us have not experienced. Some, of course, have been in countries which have experienced severe public health crises, but it's been of a scale that none of us have ever seen before. And the natural reaction of most people in this and other crises is to prioritize personal and community protection above the protection of human rights. And governments recognize this and respond to it, sometimes with proper oversight, but sometimes without. As far as emergency measures were concerned, we all understood the difficulty in balancing protection of public health with accountability and the protection of rights. And states of emergency and emergency laws represent by their nature a real challenge to the protection of human rights, not least because they aren't used very often in most of our countries, and we forget how to get the balance right. It's clearly important that fundamental rights are respected and protected even when there are threats to public safety, including public health. In the same way, I also think that it's important that enactment of emergency laws is consistent with international human rights laws and standards, and that temporarily imposed restrictions on rights do not become permanent. In order to get the balance right, oversight of the implementation is very important, and parliaments play a critical role, as well as civil society and independent oversight institutions. I hardly need to tell this audience and the participants in this conference that the experiences with emergency measures over the past 6 months provide a unique opportunity to analyze whether and how this balance was achieved in different countries. And the work that you've already done, the analysis you've provided about examples of emergency measures from around the world is hugely impressive. You may know that the response to our call for papers far exceeded our expectations. A short webinar has turned out to be a full-day conference with 25 papers being presented today. And I fully expect this conference will make this one of the best research subjects on today's challenges to democracy. Finally, it's no surprise to me that we're achieving this high benchmark through a partnership with the Institute for Advanced Legal Studies at the University of London. Whenever we've worked together, we've been able to address important issues in the most professional way. Our partnership started 3 years ago, focused around post-legislative scrutiny, and is now widening to the broader legislative cycle and addressing risks to the stability of laws and compliance with democratic and human rights standards. We've been very happy to work on this issue this time to provide a rapid response on this highly topical issue. And as always, our shared aim between our institutions is to work to promote a society based on the rule of law and where nobody is left behind. We're looking forward to the presentations and the discussions and hope that they'll contribute to identifying viable solutions and ways to address some of these challenges. So thank you all very much. And let me hand over to my friend and colleague, Konstantin Stefanou, the director, as Franklin said, of the William Dale Centre for Legislative Studies at the University of London. Konstantin.
Thank you, Anthony. I thought your opening remarks were very good, and I am, of course, delighted to see another joint event by the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. It is yet another chance to join forces for something topical and original. And the topic today, of course, is emergency legislation under COVID-19 and its effect on democracy and its processes. And for those of you interested in these things, the idea itself came to us when discussing cooperation for something completely different, for a course for parliamentarians in Myanmar. And as we discussed it, we discussed emergency legislation, and the Sir William Dale Centre is the only academic unit in the world specializing in legislative drafting. So we did have an interest, and we noticed that in the last 6 months there was this narrative. A narrative had developed where sort of emergency legislation was seen as a very bad thing, but there was no, if you like, scientific evaluation. It was a general, oh, I don't like this, or I don't like the sound of it. And of course, those of us who are old enough remember that Russia under President Yeltsin between 92 and 96 was run by presidential decree exactly because it was under emergency law. So we decided not to be iconoclastic, not to be sort of weird about it, but we decided to look at it methodically from an academic point of view and from a practitioner's point of view, and see whether this narrative had any substance. As I said, it took the form of, well, emergency legislation is always a bad thing. Therefore, if you keep it going for 6-8 months, it has to be bad for democracy. And while this may be true, it is not necessarily true for all jurisdictions. It is not necessarily true for all aspects. So today, we are going to look at it quite methodically. And those of you who have seen the program have noticed that we have macro and micro perspectives. So we have the perspective of European Union. We also have a very micro perspective. For example, one of the speakers is going to look at the effect on prisons. So we are using macro and micro perspectives, and hopefully we will not necessarily come to a reasonable conclusion, because, as you know, there is no definitive answer to such complicated questions. But we want to end wiser after this conference, understand more, perhaps explain better what we see, and maybe decide that this narrative was fiction or perhaps fact. I don't know. Thank you all for attending, and I think the best thing to do now is to start the first plenary session. I'm chairing the first plenary session, and I would like to repeat to you that it's good housekeeping if you switch off or if you mute your microphone unless you're speaking. The first panel has 3 papers, and you have all received the bios, the biographies of the speakers, so I don't need to repeat everything. The first speakers are Maria Diaz-Crego and Silvia Kotanidis from the European Parliament Research Service. The second speaker will be Alex Reed, practitioner in democratic governance, currently in Myanmar. And the third speaker, an academic, Sarah Moulds from the University of South Australia. She specialized in areas such as public law. So we are bound to have a very interesting hour ahead. Just to remind you that if you would like to ask questions, send them to me using the chat function. I will then, at the end of the presentations, relay the questions to the speakers. So without waiting any longer, let us start. Let us start with Maria Diaz-Crego and Silvia Kotanidis from the European Parliament Research Service. Silvia, thank you for your paper, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. We will invert the order. I will start, and Maria will take the floor afterwards. First of all, thank you very much to all of you organizers for this kind invitation to come and to present the findings of our paper. Our paper, in fact, takes stock of a series of briefings that we have been publishing within the European Parliamentary Research Service, and that during the lockdown that has affected many of us, so between May and June, and deals with the responses to the normative responses to the coronavirus pandemic. So what was the normative framework in which member states acted, and what was the parliamentary oversight? So I will deal with the normative framework, and Maria will be dealing with the parliamentary oversight. Normative framework, which in fact was I would say, quite challenging part of our exercise because of the many diverse typologies, types of legislative and non-legislative responses to the coronavirus. Into brackets, now I have to say that we dealt with the first response of member states. So in the first months, hopefully there is not the second wave, but that we thought it is the indication of a very high level of national crisis in many states. So the normative responses, as I said, was quite a challenging piece of exercise for us, but we tried for scientific purposes to boil it down to 4 categories. So we identified the state of emergency itself, which is a situation where the law of a state, most often the constitution. In fact, for state of emergency, we mean the constitutional states of emergency. delegate or attribute the powers to typically the government in order to face an extreme situation. Statutory regimes, these are situations, these are regimes or arrangements that are provided by statute, so by law, and that in fact allow the authorities, the competent authorities, typically can be health authorities or civil protection authorities, to take the operational and concrete measures to face the pandemic, the whatever crisis situation. Then we have special legislation as a third category. With that we meant legislation that does not follow the ordinary path, either in terms of procedural requirements for its adoption, so perhaps special majorities or special consultations, special oversight of Parliament, and the content, because one of the requirements is, for example, that it is adopted in times of emergency and necessity. And as a fourth category, we identify the ordinary legislation. So I will deal with the states of emergency, statutory. I will say a few words on these first three type of normative response. States of emergency. We identified among the EU 27 mainly an external trigger, so how it can be in fact declared, on which reasons can it be declared. So we identified an external, so typically war or siege or external attack. Internal, so upheaval, revolution, attempts to democratic institutions, or other sorts of these internal menaces and threats. Then we had the third, the naturalistic, so typically catastrophes, earthquakes, and so on. In fact, only 9 member states provide all of these 3 causes. But what is more interesting for us is that among the EU27, basically 24 states have a sort of state of emergency. And among these 24, only 16 provided for pandemic. Now here I have to say also that in some states it is debatable whether a pandemic would fall under the constitutional state of emergency. For example, we have read some literature on Malta, on Lithuania, and on Germany in this respect. But anyway, we assume that this could be the case, and that but we verified that among these 16 member states, only 10 have declared a state of emergency. So 6 decided not to do that for several reasons. Perhaps a reason may be, for example, the aversion for emergency regimes, like in Germany, or perhaps in Croatia, the feeling that other legislation could be enough, or perhaps because of the lower level of the infections in March. So, for example, in Poland, the feeling or the desire, the political will to still hold elections, which would not have been possible under a state of emergency. So there could have been several reasons. On the length, we observed that basically the length spanned between 1 month and, say, 12 days. The shortest, I think, Portugal, and the longest among Spain, Hungary, and Luxembourg. But we have also to observe that sometimes the lifting of the state of emergency was accompanied by the introduction of another milder statutory regime, for example, in Poland and in Romania. Now, coming to the second aspect of the second type and category of normative responses that we have identified and that we have researched, I would say a few words about the statutory regime, which, as I said, were typically regimes provided either in health code, for example, or civil protection codes, or in this type of very legislatively provided emergency situation that provide a set of rules that allow member states, for example, to derogate from public procurement, to allow to have the means, also economical means, in a very fast and quick way in order to employ it for example, putting in place infrastructure, specific infrastructure, for example, to help in earthquakes or in other floods or in other situations. Okay, so we saw what was triggering for us was the relation with respect to the state of emergency. So how were they coupled with it or not? Which relation were there? And here we see that, for example, in some member states, they were declared both, so state of emergency and statutory regime, although sometimes it had more a de-escalating or escalating factor. So, for example, a member state declared first a statutory regime and then a state of emergency, or the other way around, de-escalated, for example, Portugal, from a state of emergency to a statutory regime, like the state of calamity. In other situations, because a member state did not have a state of emergency, which could trigger from because was not contained in its constitution, then a state has declared a statutory regime. And these are situations like, for example, we observed in Italy, France, Latvia, and Lithuania. In other situations, although there was the possibility to declare a state of emergency because the constitution was equipped with that, that was decided not to do it, and instead to declare a state of statutory regime. So that we thought was the case in Croatia, in Germany, in Malta and Poland, and in Slovenia. Now, this tells us something, and it's interesting to see, for example, the fact that the position where it is either in substitution or because of, so that we found quite interesting to report. Now, coming to the third, and perhaps my concluding remarks, special legislation. Special legislation we observed, and in our publication we have included some tables that give the immediate visual picture of what we are, I and Maria are talking about. You will see that the special legislation basically has been adopted in 5 states. What we consider real special legislation. So, of this state, basically 3 of them do not have a state of emergency in the constitution. Portugal and Spain, they are a special situation because Portugal adopted all the types of, all the range of normative solutions that we have, and Spain had it only for economic measures. Now, the fact that the special legislation was adopted also as an enabling function invited us to satisfy our curiosity and see what happened with enabling laws in all member states, because in fact measures from a content perspective, we saw that there were, I wouldn't say identical, but they were quite similar. So we could identify some kind of classical coronavirus containment measures like the lockdown or the closure of shops, the limitation of circulation, etc. But what was interesting for us was to see on which basis these measures were adopted. And there we could see that of the EU27, only 6 member states were obliged, or would say had to issue enabling laws for the government because of the pandemic. The great majority of them already had in place some sort of legislative framework from which to draw and derive powers for government or for other authorities or for other individual ministries of government. And we could see that, for example, 13 states had already enabling laws which did not need to be changed, whereas 8 member states had enabling laws which, however, needed to be adapted to the situation. So, and with this I conclude. I could say we can conclude, or at least attentively conclude, that from a normative perspective, member states were rather equipped to face and to adopt the measures to contain the pandemic in the first period. Thank you very much, and I pass the torch to my colleague Maria for the further part of the presentation.
So, good morning to everyone, and thank you very much indeed to the organizers for inviting us to this presentation. Once my colleague has explained what have been the four main normative responses used by EU member states to address the consequences of this pandemic, I would like to turn now to the second question we dealt with in our paper, which is what was the role of national parliaments in the adoption of the measures needed to address the pandemic. And in relation to this question, I would like to focus on two main issues. The first one would be how did parliaments participate in the management of the pandemic? And the second issue I will deal with is what factors contributed to make the participation of parliaments more sharp, insightful, or rich. So, first question, how did parliaments participate in the management of the pandemic? And in relation to this first question, the first element that I would like to highlight is that, in fact, governments in nearly all EU member states assume a major role, a leading role, if you want to, in proposing and adopting the measures needed to address the pandemic. But even if that was the case, also in this crisis situation, I would like to highlight that parliaments did also try to exercise their powers during the pandemic. And they participated in the management of the crisis through four different ways, through four different means. So the first way is they played a role, as my colleague has already explained, in relation to the declaration of a constitutional state of emergency for those member states that declared a state of emergency. In fact, 8 out of 10 national parliaments participated in that declaration, and they did it either authorizing the initial declaration of the state of emergency or the subsequent extensions of the state of emergency, so either ex ante or ex post. On the contrary, and I would like to highlight that, hardly non-national parliaments participated in the declaration of a statutory regime. In fact, there are only a few exceptions, and among them we can probably indicate or highlight those of France and Germany. Secondly, national parliaments of EU member states did also play a relevant role, an important role in the management of the crisis when national authorities decided to resort to some kind of a special legislation, as my colleague has already indicated. As in those cases, the constitutional framework of the member state provided for either ex post or ex ante parliamentary control. So let me recall very quickly here that when we talk about this special legislation, we are talking about the possibility offered by the national constitution to the government to adopt legislative acts in very, very concrete and specific urgent circumstances and with some sort of parliamentary oversight, either ex ante, as it was the case, for example, in Belgium, with the so-called pouvoirs spéciaux that were granted to the government, or ex post, as it was the case, for example, in Italy or Greece or Spain. Thirdly, national parliaments did also participate in the management of the crisis by using their ordinary powers, the ordinary legislative and budgetary powers. Because as it has been explained already by my colleague, in some cases they had to adopt brand new legislation to allow the government, to enable the government to adopt the measures needed to address the pandemic. And in some other cases, they had to amend existing legislation or the budget. And I would like to highlight that in these cases, Parliament's participation came ex ante, so before the individual measures were adopted, and therefore Parliaments were able to frame those governmental activities, the governmental options, were able to better frame those governmental activities. And finally, and that was the fourth part used by parliaments to participate in the management of the crisis, national parliaments did also play a relevant role in holding the governments holding their governments to account through the use of their normal oversight tools, like, for example, through the use of parliamentary questions, the famous question time with the government, or even creating specific parliamentary committees or inquiry committees. So, first idea, yes, parliaments participated in the management of the crisis through different means. But second idea, it is also clear that their participation was not equally sharp or insightful. So it was not so equally rich, let's say, in all EU member states. And the three factors that affected the richness the richness of Parliament's intervention were, first, the national constitutional and legal frameworks. So obviously the national constitutional and legal frameworks affected the Parliament's capacity to participate in the management of the crisis. I can obviously not go into the details of each EU member state constitutional and legal framework, but I would like to highlight that those frameworks that required the participation of parliaments ex ante, so before the adoption of individual measures by the government, and that required parliaments to decide on those measures at different moments in time during the pandemic, placed national parliaments in a better position to substantially intervene in the management of the crisis, to substantially participate in the management of the crisis and frame the national response to the crisis. The second factor that also affected the capacity of national parliaments to participate in the management of the crisis had to do with the organizational measures that most EU parliaments had to adopt to ensure the continuity of parliamentary work while at the same time respecting sanitary rules and social distancing rules. Again, I cannot go into the details of all the solutions adopted in every national parliament, but I would like to highlight that, for example, some national parliaments decided to adjourn their sessions and resume them some weeks after the peak of the crisis, let's say. Some other national parliaments decided to continue parliamentary activities, but decided to hold less sessions and focus on very essential questions, obviously in most cases related to the pandemic. Some other parliaments decided to reduce the number of members of parliament physically present in the House premises. And some others decided to go online, let's say, and allow parliamentary sessions to be held remotely. All these different solutions affected parliamentary activities, and they had also an impact on how parliaments could intervene, could participate in the management of the crisis.
Can I have 1 minute?
Okay, so very, very quickly, the third factor that affected also, obviously, the role adopted by national parliaments in the management of the pandemic was the national political scenario, because obviously minority governments were under more pressure than those governments that enjoyed a very wide parliamentary support. Just to finalize, if these have been the most important factors that have impacted the quality, let's say, of parliamentary activity during the pandemic, I think that as legal practitioners, we would need to reflect on the two first ones, so the constitutional frameworks and the organizational measures, and carefully reflect on what constitutional frameworks and what organizational adaptations are better suited to allow parliaments to play a relevant role during a pandemic type of emergency situation. Thank you very much, and sorry for being so long.
No, I am sorry. It's just that because, as you know, these digital conferences have specific digital timings. It's not, you cannot say around 9:30. It has to be 32 and 30 seconds. So I'm sorry, but we have to do this. Thank you very much for your very, very interesting, very good comparative work. So the next speaker is going to talk about something very, very interesting. Risks to democracy from surveillance technology, implications for the global South. So Alex, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, and greetings to everyone online from Myanmar, where COVID-19 is especially resonant with Yangon, where I live, going into lockdown today. I'd like to thank the conference organizers for this important initiative. My interest in this topic comes from working in transition and fragile democracies in the Southeast Asia region. It's a region with high geopolitical significance, with an expansive China on the doorstep, experiencing rapid growth and technological change. In Myanmar, when I first visited in the early 2010s, a SIM card cost $1,000. These days, 80% of the population has a smartphone. Now COVID-19 is added to the mix, with history telling us that social change and introduction of new technology usually follows crises such as pandemics. And in this context, as a democratic governance practitioner, I wonder how we can best provide support in the COVID era in countries with transition or fragile democracies. Are we looking in the right places for the threats to democracy? Are we informed enough and set up to address them? Next slide, please. So beginning with the context, COVID-19 is occurring in a vastly more networked and connected digital world. It's also a world in which the quality of democracy is on the decline. Studies show that the share of global population living in autocratizing countries has grown from 6% to 34% in 10 years. However, amidst democratic backsliding, pro-democracy protests reached an all-time high in 2019. The graphs on the slide to the right indicate that in the Asia-Pacific region, there's been a large surge in numbers of people living in autocratizing countries and a decline in freedoms of expression and association. Studies have also highlighted some of the factors behind autocratization, one of which is the spread of polarizing messages and disinformation on digital platforms, identifying how this can manipulate public opinion and undermine trust in political processes. And it's exactly this type of public trust in democratic institutions and leadership that is critical during a pandemic, especially with emergency measures and legislation put in place which restrict freedoms of movement and increase public surveillance to fight the disease. I argue in the paper that the introduction of surveillance technologies during COVID-19 might be difficult to reverse, has accelerated trends on public surveillance already taking place, and which have significant risk factors for transition and fragile democracies in the global South. So firstly, how does surveillance manifest itself in the digital era, and what are the threats to democracy? I argue in two ways with connections between them, and you can put up the next slide, please. Firstly, in the online world, in the platform economy, a term used to describe how online structures created by companies such as Amazon, Facebook, and Google are enabling a wide range of human activity and changing ways of interaction, working, socializing, shopping, and so on. The widespread adoption of the internet and digital technology in our lives has in many ways been empowering for democracy. However, there's also increasing recognition that the primary economic model in the digital era is based on public surveillance through extraction and analysis of our data. And this model is very well documented these days, but in very brief, the platforms use algorithms to sort and aggregate vast amounts of our data produced in online interactions and assign profiles to us, giving the ability to predict interests and model behavior. This is then sold for targeted advertising. The value is in the data, and the more data, the better the model and the more advertising revenue generated. This has accelerated trends of data collection in the offline world with Internet of Things devices and sensors in public and private spaces. The risks of this model, unregulated to democracy, are becoming clear, and here on the left of the slide. Firstly, in the quest to collect more data, the model prioritizes capturing our attention online, providing free services, information, and entertainment. This leads to platforms optimizing for our engagement rather than for truth, and prioritizing viral content that keeps people online above objective and balanced news. Secondly, once you have detailed profiles of people, it's been proven you can influence behavior through micro-targeting of messages online. And the ability to do this is not just the preserve of advertisers, Cambridge Analytica being a famous case of micro-targeting in democracies for electoral gain. There are effects on democracies everywhere, but in many countries in the global South, it's virtually possible to engage on the internet without using a platform such as Facebook. In the Philippines, 96% of those on the internet are on Facebook, one of the highest rates in the world. During the 2016 election, one notable for angry and divisive political discourse, there was what has been described as a barrage of propaganda and disinformation from bots, fake accounts, and anonymous pages on Facebook, spread via opaque algorithms that don't distinguish facts from fiction. In Myanmar, where again, Facebook to the majority is the internet, rights abuses have been attributed to the unregulated nature of hate speech spread online, described by a civilian MP as dangerous and harmful for our democratic transition. This model can therefore undermine objective information that's critical in a functioning democracy. And to address disinformation as an issue, we need to understand the logic behind how the platforms work and make money, how they influence the quality of information we receive, and how they can be manipulated. And during COVID-19, governments have increasingly drawn upon the technology sector to help control the virus, for example, with contact tracing apps. Research shows that there are risks in these apps around privacy, who has access to the data, how it's combined with other data, and enhanced location surveillance on the public. The move to online ways of life and work during COVID has also accelerated the earnings of big tech companies, and in many ways globally they continue to exist outside formal accountability channels, despite moves towards data regulation with the GDPR in Europe and other measures adopted in countries in the north and south, such as Japan, Brazil, Kenya, and Chile, for example. But most of my research looked at the burgeoning effects of state surveillance, so indicated on the right of the slide. As in autocratic states with an interest in controlling the population, powers to surveil the public, manage information, and micro-target messages are very potent. And surveillance capacities are rapidly increasing with developments in artificial intelligence. Some examples of AI surveillance being applied include, firstly, smart city or safe city platforms, which synthesize and analyze data from numerous sensors and cameras in an urban environment to facilitate service delivery and manage public safety. Secondly, smart or predictive policing, which uses data analysis and analytics to target investigations and in some cases algorithms that can help predict future crime. And thirdly, facial recognition, biometric technology that identifies movements of people by matching camera footage to images from databases. It's really important to stress that the use of these technologies is not illegal in itself. It's already prevalent worldwide and doesn't differentiate according to regime type. Over half of advanced democracies use one of these systems. Used well, they can create service efficiencies and make our lives safer. However, for autocratic regimes, it also offers increasing capabilities to monitor and control the public, constrain protest and opposition, and maintain power. And I give an example of smart cities. In regimes with less rigorous privacy and data protection standards, this can allow for aggregating and analysis of various data points, location and CCTV data in the public space, with data on, for example, communication records, criminal records, bank records, your friends and associates, reading habits and purchases. Technological change means these capabilities are unprecedented, could provide signs of protest and predict political resistance before it happens. Xinjiang province in China gives an example in which a surveillance architecture is being set up using various technologies, software installed on phones, tracking location and communication, facial recognition and biometric data collection. In China, there are a few barriers to aggregating data and making it available for the state's use, and companies that have installed surveillance infrastructure in Xinjiang are expanding its use nationwide. The significance of Chinese tech companies, examples being Huawei, Hikvision, and ZTE, are their organization links to the Communist Party of China. Next slide, please. And these technologies are increasingly being rolled out globally. In my paper to look at how this is happening, I took two sources of data. Firstly, mapping overseas presence of Chinese technology firms on the left of the slide. And second, looking globally at the different types of surveillance technologies being used. Examples in this slide are from the ASEAN region using tech from Chinese and US companies, and the color indicates the countries in which they're used. Globally, the research showed more than 75 countries worldwide are using AI for surveillance. In the global south, China's Belt and Road Initiative is one way that technologies are introduced. Chinese companies are supplying AI surveillance systems to 63 countries, 36 of which are on the Belt and Road. Of 90 countries with regime types categorized as authoritarian to flawed democracies, Chinese companies are supporting AI surveillance technology to 54. But it's a misconception to think that this is about China alone. Democracies including Israel, France, Germany, and the United States are also exporting advanced surveillance capabilities. For example, in Saudi Arabia, Huawei is building a safe city project, but Google is establishing cloud servers. and UK and Japanese firms are providing surveillance systems. And in the countries I've engaged in, Myanmar has investments in smart city and facial recognition technologies. The Philippines has investments in the same areas, plus smart policing from US and Chinese companies. Both countries are on the Belt and Road Initiative, and in the Philippines, a Chinese state loan was provided for 12,000 surveillance cameras built by Huawei, with the Philippines government contributing 20%. And this raises questions of whether China is subsidizing purchases of surveillance tech. Next slide, please. And this is where the story intersects with COVID-19, where there are risks of surveillance technologies being introduced at a rapid pace without checks. Since COVID hit, I've been studying international media articles for examples, and some are on the slide. Algorithm-enabled risk scores in the bottom left, used in China and some countries in the Gulf, that combine biometric and location data to indicate if a person can enter a public space. To facial recognition, for example, tens of thousands of surveillance cameras in Moscow connected to digital passes on phones. And the use of robotics, an example in the top right here comes from Tunisia, where people had to prove to robots that they were allowed to exit the house, showing documents and so on. There's also been examples of the use of drones monitoring whether people are at home in Israel. And during the health crisis, in some countries, there have been moves into biotech and tracking of health data using AI through apps and bracelets, for example. Unregulated data from biotech leads to some very dystopian worst case scenarios, with the ability to understand from data emotions and thoughts. And I have to stress again, there is a big difference between legitimate and unlawful use of surveillance technologies. However, in the current polarized geopolitics, without agreement on global standards, there are risks of competing systems of technology developing. The emergence of a bloc of autocratizing countries using these technologies could affect political freedoms for billions in transition and fragile democracies of the South, reducing, for example, the ability for pro-democracy protest. With the proportion of global population in autocratic countries rising, I suggest that this is a risk that demands a call to action in democracies. Because ultimately, what liberal democracy and political pluralism relies upon is privacy and autonomy, the freedom from intrusion into private lives, the right to control information about ourselves, and to enjoy a space in which we express our identities. Surveillance unchecked also infringes upon rights to freedom and association, two factors behind democratic decline in the region I live in. As such, we need to look at these two manifestations of surveillance together as potential threats to democracy and human rights. So where can the responses come from, both within and between democracies, including within democracies new regulatory regimes that curb surveillance and a renewed international approach to surveillance threats across the global north and south? Next slide, please. So I'll give you two examples on the slide, probably from parliamentarians with varying levels of high profile. Please feel free to put your digital hand up if you know what Twitch is. These tweets on the left were put out during recent antitrust hearings at the US Congress, and I thought they illustrated well gaps in tech literacy of lawmakers and a broader issue of how democratic institutions can keep up with the pace of science and technology change. It's critical for our representatives to be able to identify where new powers of surveillance lie in society and to ensure they're exercised in line with human rights obligations, civil liberties, and the rule of law. And within democracies, democratic leaders should lead a public discussion on the normative approach to these challenges, such as human rights implications of surveillance and the ethical use of AI. An example is from Canada, which created a 10-point digital charter through broad-based input. The example on the right comes from a committee chair in the House of Commons, highlighting how his committee collaborated with counterparts in Canada and Singapore to provide input to hearings with big technology companies, often messaging colleagues in other parliaments in real time. It's this type of collaboration that will be needed to define international norms that protect privacy and fundamental rights around new forms of surveillance. This can then help set the terms for export of surveillance technologies to the global south and safeguards around use for repressive purposes. And next slide, please. So in conclusion, international efforts should be supported to share lessons about responses in democracies to COVID and how they address some of these issues. So for example, Korea has extensive surveillance technology, but engaged the public in a response that was founded on collaboration, transparency, and accountability. This type of sharing of knowledge and information across democracies is why an initiative like today is so important. And let's end on a positive note. Democratic activism is rising, and well-informed citizens across the north and south are critical to ensuring that surveillance creep during COVID doesn't take place. Some examples in the pictures are from Toronto, where citizens mobilized to pressure lawmakers to reject Google implementing a smart city project that would turn the quayside into what they called a surveillance testbed. In Kenya, digital rights groups pressured lawmakers to implement data protection laws in the face of a government program to collect various types of biometric data on the population. This type of activism can be catalyzed with experimentation with new means of democratic participation online that's taken place during COVID-19. So there are risks, but there are also opportunities post-COVID, and these lessons can be built into the programming for practitioners, as indicated on the slide. Thanks for your attention. I understand it's covered a lot of ground in a short time. It represents a wide-ranging research agenda. My personal interest is on how parliamentary structures, processes, services to MPs can help keep pace with this change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Arthur. Very fascinating. And the tables, the graphics were quite illuminating. Thank you very much. I will turn my attention to another academic, a fellow academic, Sarah Mould from Australia, who specializes in areas such as public law, human rights, etc. And her contribution today is particularly interesting. It's about parliamentary committees and whether they're up to the job of democratic scrutiny of COVID-19 laws. Thank you very much. Go ahead. The floor is yours, Sarah.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm joining you from Adelaide in South Australia on Kaurna land, Aboriginal land by the Kaurna Nation here in South Australia, and so I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you at this conference. And my presentation touches on many of the themes that Alex and Maria and Sylvia have already mentioned, so thank you so much to those presenters. My research is really focused on the role that parliamentary committees play in scrutinising the lawmaking activity of executive government. And the COVID-19 pandemic has seen a rise in transfer of lawmaking power away from parliaments towards the executive in a way that we haven't seen in the post-war environment. In fact, that transfer of power has been so immense that it transcends many experiences from wartime. So I'm drawing upon my past research, which looks at emergency lawmaking in the context of counter-terrorism law and the role that parliamentary committees in Westminster parliaments might play in scrutinising that law making. So I'm looking at committees that have been formed in the parliaments of Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom and Scotland. And I'm looking at the legal frameworks that underpin those parliamentary committees, what activities they're involved in when it comes to evaluating emergency lawmaking in response to the pandemic, trying to think about their impact behind the scenes on those involved in supporting parliaments and government lawmakers and policymakers, and thinking about how we might be able to invest in these parliamentary committees as a safeguard against that transfer of power away from parliaments towards the executive. So as I approach this topic, I want to make it clear that I don't think parliamentary committees by themselves are enough to protect us from the potential rights abuses that Alex has mentioned and that are going to be documented in other presentations today. It's more that when we look at the Westminster Parliament experience, in particular, parliamentary committees were often the last things standing. As parliaments closed their doors, parliamentary committees often kept working and were one of the only things that was working to do that safeguarding oversight work. So my paper really tries to be optimistic in the sense that I think these committees are something we can invest in as a measure to improve democratic outcomes in emergency lawmaking. Next slide, thanks. While my next slide is coming up, when we look at parliamentary committees, it's really important to think about the parliamentary landscape that they operate in. And we've already heard of many different parliamentary landscapes from Sylvia, Maria and Alex. So looking at the 4 case studies that I've got here, Australia, New Zealand, UK and Scotland, each of these parliaments really derives a lot of its features from the British Westminster tradition, but each have important differences. So in the UK, there's a bicameral parliament with a unitary system, an unwritten constitution, but on the other hand, quite a complex relationship with the supranational bodies such as the EU, and also with the member nations of the Union themselves. And they have a human rights legislation that's important for scrutiny as well. Scotland has an emerging constitutional status to do with its relationship with the UK, with devolved and referred lawmaking powers, which has an impact on the role that parliamentary committees play in Scotland. In New Zealand, that's a country with a unicameral system of parliament, so 1 house rather than 2. They have a written constitution in New Zealand that includes a Bill of Rights. In Australia, we have a federal structure with a Commonwealth of Federal Parliament and then a range of state and territory parliaments, and our written constitution shares lawmaking power between those bodies. At the federal level, we have a bicameral parliament, and the composition of our upper house, the Senate, is quite interesting. It's different in terms of political representation. So our Senate becomes this house of review, which is important for scrutiny. In Australia, it might surprise many people to know that we don't have a constitutional Bill of Rights. We have no legislative protection for human rights at the federal level, which makes the work of parliamentary committees so important for rights protection in Australia. So this is the setting where we see parliamentary committees doing their work. And we see many well-established committees that were there well before COVID undertaking important roles when it comes to scrutinising the type of legislation that Sylvia and Maria have talked about, emergency legislation, emergency measures. So in the wake of the pandemic, we saw a few things happen. We saw parliaments shut down. We saw emergency powers being invoked. But often we then saw parliamentary committees scrambling together to start to scrutinise the laws that were being made. And we saw existing committees do this in all of the parliaments that I'm looking at, and we saw new parliamentary committees being established with particular powers and functions to look at the emergency response laws that were being enacted or pushed through the parliament, or looking at those laws and powers that were being invoked and exercised directly by the executive. Interestingly, these different COVID-19 parliamentary committees had slightly different mandates in different jurisdictions. So we see some of these committees being set up with very broad mandates to look at the whole government response to the pandemic, including legislative and regulatory responses, but also economic and social impacts. And other times we see a specificity in the mandate of these committees to scrutinise particular laws. Interestingly, the membership of these special COVID-19 scrutiny committees has, in these parliaments at least, been non-government dominated, which on the one hand sets the scene for some robust scrutiny of government action, but on the other hand sets some really important practical and political limitations on the outcomes that can be achieved from this scrutiny. So what my research is interested in is how do these special COVID-19 parliamentary committees work with other pre-existing committees in the system to provide that democratic check on executive power. Thank you. Next slide, please. When we look at what the special COVID-19 committees have been doing, we can see some interesting differences and similarities across these different parliaments. So we can see a strong focus on legislation and delegated legislation in some of the jurisdictions, particularly Scotland. The Scottish Parliamentary Committee on COVID-19 has focused really strongly on the delegated legislation being made in response to COVID-19, and this perhaps reflects their devolved powers and the limits that they have in terms of scrutiny of the more holistic response. In the UK, the COVID-19 committee that's been set up, that's called the COVID-19 committee, is a House of Lords committee that was established in June 2020 that's looking at the holistic impact, if you like, of the pandemic on the lives of people in the UK. So it has a different focus that's apart from technical legislative scrutiny. But there are 27 other committees in the UK Parliament that currently have live inquiries on the COVID-19 response. And some of these committees were very active in the initial stages of the response, looking at secondary and delegated legislation. In Australia and New Zealand, we see this mix of thematic focus and legislative scrutiny by the specialist COVID-19 committees. But interestingly, the New Zealand committee was established at the start of the pandemic, has already been disbanded. That might have had something to do with the fact that there's an election about to occur in New Zealand. So Parliament was coming to an end in about August anyway. But interestingly, that committee only went for a short time. It was powerful in bringing voices from the public to the Parliament on the pandemic response. Australia, I perhaps might be biased, but is having a really interesting experience with its special Senate Committee on COVID-19 that has been extremely active in drawing public attention to the executive response. And it has shifted from detailed legislative scrutiny, raising questions about disallowance of regulations, for example, the details of legislation supporting our COVID safe tracing app, all the way through to examination of expenditure and impact on certain communities. So that's been quite dominant, working with other committees, but in a way taking the limelight of legislative scrutiny in Australia. Next slide, please. So when it comes to thinking about, okay, how effective are these parliamentary committees at holding executive governments to account for their lawmaking, at ensuring that individual rights are not unjustifiably undermined, and that the community and the public is aware of these processes and has the opportunity to engage? Well, there's no easy answer yet. The pessimistic view is to say, in these states of emergency, this transfer of lawmaking power is immense, and we do see overreach, misuse, abuse of power by executive agencies, and every jurisdiction I study have got examples of this. On the other hand, these parliamentary committees are having a significant impact on the shape of the COVID-19 laws and on the public debates in each of those jurisdictions. And a couple of early results from Australia suggest that the committee is impacting the shape of legislation. I talked about the COVID Safe app and the privacy protections there. The shape of the social security response in South Australia and the legislation supporting our JobKeeper programs. It has sparked independent inquiries into quarantine breaches and aged care responses. And in New Zealand, that committee really shaped the initial lockdown approach of New Zealand that has been commented worldwide. In the UK, the early technical scrutiny of legislation, particularly secondary and delegated legislation, has been powerful. And now we start to see this thematic approach that's focused a lot on the economic, social impacts of the pandemic. And we can start to see some movement in policy and legislative change there. So I'm not suggesting, again, that these committees are enough to safeguard us from the excesses of executive power. But when we look back at other experiences of emergency lawmaking, we can see some benefits in investing in this democratic scrutiny function. So when we have committees that have a meaningful deliberative capacity, and that means ability to engage with the public, but also the ability to create safe spaces for the parliamentarians themselves to change their mind on the basis of evidence, we have the potential for a better impact and outcome. When we have a committee with the right political characteristics, the right profile to be able to draw public attention to the issues that are being examined, then we also have an increase in impact. And I think we've seen that with the Senate committee in Australia, with some shadow ministers playing a dominant role there. It's also important to have positive behind-the-scenes relationships with executive agencies, because this is important for information flow. So we see this in past experiences of emergency lawmaking, when the committee can establish relationships of trust with police, health officials, we can see some stronger outcomes. It's also important to think about how these special COVID-19 committees fit within the broader system. So how they interact with the thematic policy scrutiny and that technical legal scrutiny is important. And when they have access to the work of those other committees, their impact is enhanced. Timing's important, and when we see Parliament shut down, this of course has a major impact on the ability for committees to table reports and recommendations. But in all of the jurisdictions that I'm studying, we've seen the committee's capacity to overcome this challenge by going directly to the media when it comes to their findings. So that's an interesting development here, and the embrace of technology by the committees has been important. Finally, and this is a theme that was introduced right at the beginning of this plenary discussion, incorporating international human rights standards in the scrutiny function is key if we want to have a meaningful safeguard through the work of parliamentary committees. And I think these important standards of proclamation, communication, temporality and exceptional threat need to be visible in this scrutiny work. And in the jurisdictions with more experience and confidence around these human rights standards, so the UK, New Zealand, we can see this language explicitly. In Australia, we perhaps have a more ad hoc way of applying these standards, and something to offer and something to learn from other jurisdictions. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I've offered some reason for optimism around the capacity of Westminster parliaments to provide democratic scrutiny.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Very interesting. And I also noticed that you mentioned that you are on Aboriginal land. So thank you very much. We have some questions. The first question for Maria and Sylvia, is your database accessible? Because some people would love to have a closer look, and also they congratulate you on your presentation.
Shall I reply, or shall you?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Sylvia.
First of all, thank you for the compliment. And in fact, it is not a database, but we can direct the kind attendee to the website of the European Parliament, where we have published and the 4 briefings on which our analysis is based. And we will publish, of course, another publication, whether it is a briefing or an in-depth analysis, but we will be coming up with a publication that takes stock of what we have explained today. So that is my answer. And actually, just to say that there are also other publications connected to coronavirus, so coronavirus and data protection and all these thematics that have been so hot in this period. So
yes, something I want to say, and I'll be saying it again and again today to the various panels. Some of the papers presented today will be published in a special double issue of the European Journal of Law Reform. The thing is that at the moment, as you know, these are sort of first drafts, and some of them are quite long, some of them are quite short. We need to contact the authors again. So it's very likely that quite a lot of what is presented today will appear in the special issue of the European Journal of Law Reform. I have a question for Alex. Alex, question is, why are you focusing on the Southeast? Is there something special, or is it just your area of expertise?
Yeah, thanks. It's an area that I've lived in for 12 years across different countries, Indonesia, Cambodia, Myanmar, and it's also one that has changed very quickly. And I think, really the influence of China on the doorstep and how that affects countries in transition has been really important. So that's in very brief why it's a region of interest, and I think a region of geopolitical importance as well. And certainly in 12 years, I've noticed a rapid pace of change and introduction of technology, as I mentioned in the paper.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a question for Sarah, which is a little tricky. Someone is saying, why are you using the term democratic scrutiny? Because scrutiny itself is there to maintain and strengthen democracy. So why do you need the adjective democratic when you mention scrutiny? Very interesting.
Yes, I think that might be showing some of my legal training. So when we think about scrutiny and review from a lawyer's perspective, often we're thinking of judicial review, the court's oversight of a particular law. So we could study those jurisdictions and look at the role the courts have played in providing oversight and protection for excesses of executive power in those jurisdictions. But my focus is on democratic scrutiny within the legislature, within the parliament itself. So, but I think you're right. Scrutinising COVID-19 laws is something that is an important value of any democracy. So perhaps we don't need that adjective, but I think it is important to understand how these different institutions of government work together. And if we're going to just rely on the courts, we can see that we're going to be left wanting, because these emergency laws generally exclude judicial review, limit judicial review, or the review comes way too late. So in my view, emergency responses demand democratic scrutiny even more than other forms of lawmaking. Thanks.
I agree with you. I would have used the same term, because there are different types of scrutiny. There's judicial scrutiny, there's financial scrutiny. You know, there are different types. This one is democratic scrutiny. And anyway, thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you. These were very, very interesting papers. As you know, today we have the so-called Monster Conference, in that we have plenary sessions. We will later have 2 breakout groups, going to be very, very challenging, and not just organizationally, but technically, apparently. It has its difficulties. So thank you very much. I think the next session is also a plenary session, so you will not need to do anything. We're coming back, time for a coffee, let's say 10:30. We're coming back at 10:30, and we're starting the next session. So please, if you could mute and switch off your video, and I will see you all again at 10:30. Thank you to all the presenters. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Sarah. It is very interesting. I think a wonderful opening session. Thank you very much.
So, welcome to our second plenary session. I hope you enjoyed the short break. As mentioned, at the end of this session at 12 o'clock UK time, we will provide the information on how we organize the breakout groups. So stay tuned for that. I suggest that you have the conference agenda with you at that time. After we had the first broad helicopter view on how COVID-19 poses a challenge to democratic systems across continents in this first session, we will now delve into human rights, rule of law mainly, though not exclusively. The theme is very much about balancing the need between protection of public health and ensuring that the rule of law and democratic foundations of society remain intact in times of this pandemic. And we have excellent speakers to introduce us to this. So a first research piece is by Sonia Palmieri and Sarah Childs. It will be presented by Dr. Sonia Palmieri, who is a Gender Policy Fellow with the Department of Pacific Affairs at the Australian National University and an adjunct associate professor at University of Canberra. She has worked across academic, parliamentary and international organizations in support of women's political representation and leadership. And the paper is co-authored with Sarah Childs, Professor of Gender and Politics at Royal Holloway University of London, and she has widely published in political representation, parties and parliaments. The second paper is by Victoria Jennett. Dr. Victoria Jennett advises countries on justice sector reform and investigates how to prevent and mitigate corruption in justice institutions, strengthen human rights and reinforce the rule of law. And she teaches the U4 online course, Corruption in the Justice Sector. She is a UK-trained barrister at law, originally from Northern Ireland, and she has over 20 years' experience in strengthening democratic institutions. The third presentation will be by Carmelina Sessa. She has graduated in law at the University of Macerata and discussing a thesis in constitutional law. She has worked with a law firm in Dublin and at the Court of Appeals in Italy. And the fourth presentation is by Kate Dowst and Sam Hastings from Western Australia. We have included their presentation in this panel considering the time difference with Australia, where it is already evening. So Honourable Kate Dowst is the President of the Legislative Council of Western Australia. Her research interests include the analysis of the Parliament as a civic institution, legislative scrutiny, and the use of technology to aid the work of parliaments. And Mr. Sam Hastings is the Clerk Assistant for the Legislative Council of Western Australia. He provides expert advice on parliamentary law and procedure and oversees the development of chamber operations at the Legislative Council. Mr. Hastings researches in the area of legislative scrutiny and parliamentary privilege. And so following these four presentations, there will be time for questions. But let's first start with the presentation by Sonia Palmieri.
Thank you very much, Franklin. I'm standing in Canberra on Ngunnawal land, and so I also pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging of the Ngunnawal people. Thank you very much to the organisers of this conference. Sarah and I are very happy to be a part of it, and on a personal note, it's always a pleasure and a delight to collaborate with Sarah Childs. It's obvious, I think, that the 2020 pandemic represents one of the most immediately impactful and harmful global policy problems faced, at least since the 2008 global financial crisis. But the effect of that crisis will not be the same for all. Yet the analysis on which critical decisions have been made and continue to be made often disregard this differentiation, whether that is by sex, by age, by race, by sexual identity, disability, class, location, or otherwise. Our paper is offering a gendered reading of initial parliamentary responses to COVID-19. We are very much interested in what gender-sensitive COVID responses look like and why it matters if and when parliaments fail to respond gender-sensitively. We suggest that in the absence of a wider cultural change within parliaments, one that is informed by a commitment to substantive gender equality and ethics of care, gender-sensitive parliamentary reforms will be less likely institutionalised. And that poses significant risk to sustainability and effectiveness. We start this paper with a defence of parliamentary democracy in times of crisis, that the work of Parliament, representation, responsiveness, scrutiny, accountability, is more important than ever in the face of this pandemic. Indeed, the pandemic presents us with opportunities to lesson learn, not just from other parliaments, but from other organisations, businesses, international institutions, to identify innovations in workplace practice. The pandemic also requires parliaments to step up to embody and promote key democratic values around participation, transparency, public service, equality. Of course, Sarah and I want to go a little bit further. We suggest that in a time of crisis, it's not only important that parliaments function democratically, but that they function gender sensitively. Why are we arguing that? Well, because societal gender roles and existing gender inequality differentiate men's and women's experiences of COVID-19 and what will follow. This is a fact. It is not a fiction dreamed up by feminist political scientists like Sarah and I. It's a fact borne out in evidence produced by a multitude of organisations over the past 6 months with different mandates driven by different individuals. The issue is that governments may or may not see and acknowledge or respond to these gendered effects of COVID. Now, they might not do that for a whole range of reasons, but in these circumstances, parliaments, as sites where there is potential for legislative and policy initiation, they can and they must act to ensure that responses to COVID-19 are gender sensitive. How might a parliament respond to COVID-19 gender sensitively, you might ask? Well, I'm glad you did ask, because based on some of the thinking that I've been doing and that Sarah's been doing, we had the opportunity to create a how-to manual very much for UN Women earlier this year. And Sarah's going to put up in the Q&A a link to this primer for gender-sensitive parliamentary responses and a checklist. Thank you very much, Sarah. In that, we've identified key actions that parliaments could take around 4 democratic functions: representation, deliberation, legislation, and scrutiny. So if we look at representation, parliaments can voice the concerns of women and represent those by soliciting the experiences and the needs of diverse groups of women. Now, they might do that through different models. They might do that through virtual town halls, community online surveys, digital messaging. But the idea is to really think through different groups of women and audiences that can bring in new ideas and the experiences of this diverse group of women. In terms of deliberation, parliaments can monitor the participation of men and women speaking across different issues of the crisis, whether it's in debates, in committee rooms, in terms of moving amendments, asking questions, answering questions. But parliaments can also review their procedural rules to ensure that those voices of women MPs are being heard in the deliberations and the decision-making. At the very least, that voice should be commensurate with the proportion of women represented in the chamber, at the very least. In terms of legislation, obviously, parliaments can question whether the measures that are being passed have a differential impact on women and girls. They can figure out whether the target audiences and the beneficiaries actually are going to advance gender equality, have a disproportionate or a discriminatory effect on women and girls. But also they can think forward. If this pandemic is being considered as a priority, it's probably being considered at the expense of other legislation. So what is being left behind, what is being missed out? And then, of course, in terms of scrutiny, parliaments can use the gender mainstreaming tools that have been developed for some time, including checklists of questions, impact assessment, gender analysis of evidence gathered, including the use of sex-segregated data. Parliaments can ask, well, what would work better? Parliaments can establish specialised committees, as Sarah Moulds was just talking about, dedicated inquiries. They can consult gender specialists. So the question then is, to what extent did parliaments take on some of these measures in the immediate response to COVID-19? Well, to answer that question, we looked at survey responses collated and posted on the IPU's website. Parliaments could write to the IPU or they could answer a survey, and I should really stress that the survey questions didn't specifically ask parliaments how gender sensitive or what gender sensitive measures did you implement. But the responses have kind of trickled in since the 25th of March. They're still coming in, and we looked at about 109 responses. Of those 109, about 6 specifically refer to gender equality or women. So that in and of itself tells us that an underlying commitment to reducing gender equality was absent in the most immediate crisis response. If we look at those 109 responses according to our topology of democratic functions, in terms of representation, we see that very few examples of women MPs acting for women or being responsive to women's interests, experience and needs. And in the paper we've outlined 2 examples, one from Mexico and one from the European Parliament. They're not particularly substantive, but they are examples. In terms of deliberation, we see that in the initial months of the pandemic, parliaments didn't specifically implement or design new measures to guarantee women's voices. We had 2 responses that said, well, on committees, the proportion of women was more or less the same as the proportion in the parliament. When I looked, for example, at Australia, which is one of the countries that reduced the number of MPs that came to the floor of the House, the decision-making around which MPs would come to the House took into account party representation, it took into account the health of MPs, the welfare of constituents, travel requirements, but not gender composition. And there's a really interesting case that in terms of monitoring the participation of women, Sarah's kind of pointed out that the House of Commons Library undertook some quick analysis, and it found that both men and women preferred to participate remotely, but those who were physically in the chamber, of those, men were more likely to speak. In terms of legislation, very, very little analysis from the responses in that survey. On scrutiny, we see 2 examples, one from Canada, one from the UK, where there's been clearly some analysis of the kinds of, as Sarah was saying before, Sarah Moulds, the kind of thematic areas. So that's quite interesting. Well, what do these initial responses tell us? I think, firstly, they tell us that the responsibility for gender-sensitive responses continues to be left in the hands of women MPs and parliamentary staff. This initial snapshot also tells us that in times of crisis, when gender equality is not a criterion in establishing practices and rules, for example, the presence of MPs in the chamber, the default response asserts men and male leadership as the norm. And that continues to undervalue women's contribution to leadership and decision-making. These responses also tell us that flexible arrangements, so those that support work-life balance, might have been put in place temporarily, but they haven't shifted the traditional conceptions of Parliament's core work style, which is present, physical, face-to-face on the floor of the chamber. We also see that in developing legislative responses, we think that there's a hierarchy of credible expertise in which gender specialists are not recognised and nor legitimized as experts, and that gender expertise isn't regarded as time critical to legislating emergency measures. Finally, it's also clear from these initial responses that gender-sensitive scrutiny is clearly easier to implement where parliaments already have mechanisms and processes in place. So they already have committees and capable parliamentary staff. They already have access to gender specialists. They already have adequate resources to transition to online hearings. So in conclusion, yes, I think Sarah and I would acknowledge that gender-sensitive parliaments are what we call an emergent norm, an emergent democratic standard. They are not yet an absolute standard, which is why it's perhaps not surprising to see that in the initial response to COVID-19, gender equality wasn't a priority. But to deliver a gender-sensitive COVID response, just like to become a gender-sensitive parliament in normal times, it requires political and institutional will. And that has to come on behalf of elected members, but also from parliamentary administrations. And it needs to be unambiguously, repeatedly asserted and acknowledged, not just within the parliament, but to the community. That might not be easy, but Sarah and I, with some cheekiness involved, would suggest that our UN Women primer on gender-sensitive parliamentary responses is a good place to start. Thanks very much, Franklin.
Thank you very much, Sonia, for the very insightful, actually, and passionate presentation of this topic on gender-sensitive parliamentary response in time of the crisis, and we look forward to discuss it further with you and also with Sarah then joining us in the Q&A session. So let's now move to Victoria Janet, who is going to talk to us about a very specific topic about the emergency release of people from prison because of COVID-19 and the effects it has on the rule of law and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Franklin, and thank you to the teams at the Westminster Foundation for Democracy and the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies for your excellent initiative and organization of this conference today. I'm delighted to be with you. I am joining you today from Hamburg in Germany, where I'm based, but my work on justice sector reform has given me insights into the operation of justice sectors around the world. And like many people, when it was clear that we were living through a pandemic, I picked up Albert Camus' famous book, The Plague, and I found it striking how Camus describes a society slowly realizing the impact of a pandemic on every aspect of life. And I was particularly struck with how he describes how governing authorities gradually and then quickly come to terms with the need to develop measures to contain and mitigate the spread of disease. And also how he describes the impact of those measures on people's freedoms. And it is remarkable how Camus, writing in the 1940s, was able to grasp the breadth and depth of changes on every aspect of life. He mentions prisons, and he notes that when the plague hits, it affects prisoners and prison guards alike. And he writes, quote, "From the higher point of view adopted by the plague, everyone, from the prison governor to the least of the inmates, was condemned. And perhaps for the first time, absolute justice reigned inside the jail," unquote. So it is interesting to read Camus and simultaneously live through this COVID era, beginning in January of this year, when, from a governing perspective, every institution in every sector in our societies were forced to think about the impact of COVID-19 on their staff as well as on the people for whom their institution has responsibility. And I chose to look at emergency policy on handling COVID-19 in prisons because the actions we take towards people accused or convicted of breaking laws goes to the heart of whether rule of law exists in a society. Because rule of law exists where laws are passed and executed fairly and impartially towards all people in a polity. If authorities overturn prison sentences unjustly, that is, if they release people unjustly, just as if they imprison people unjustly, the rule of law could be undermined. And this can erode people's trust and faith in the impartiality and ability of our justice institutions to serve justice. My interest in how governments were handling the COVID-19 crisis concerning people in prison came from early reports from Turkey and Indonesia that governments were proposing amnesties for large categories of people in prison. And early reports from those countries stated that release policies were favouring political cronies and associates of the ruling class who had been convicted and imprisoned for corruption crimes against the state. My concern was that under cover of emergency release laws, so-called white-collar criminals with ties to the political class were being favoured for release. And release policies were not being applied fairly, and so could potentially undermine the rule of law and democracy. I should say that actually there are long-standing good reasons for releasing people from prison, a process known as decarceration or de-densifying prisons. Indeed, pre-COVID, the problem of prison overcrowding and the human rights abuses associated with that has been a persistent problem in many countries around the world. So de-densification or decarceration is an appropriate criminal justice response to overcrowding and the dangers of the spread of COVID-19 in prisons. At the same time, from an anti-corruption and rule of law perspective, I am also interested in how prisoner release schemes are designed and implemented. I'm interested in how transparent and accountable decision-making around the emergency release procedures are. So let me describe emergency policy concerning prisons in response to COVID-19. Apart from all the many rules, new rules around physical distancing and hygiene measures in prisons, a significant plank of the emergency policy response has been to de-densify the prisons, reduce the number of people in prisons, so that those who must stay in prison are able to follow physical distancing and good hygiene practices and be there safely. A release policy for prisons, however, does not just impact prisons. It has an impact on how other institutions in the justice sector operate at this time. Police, courts, prosecutorial authorities, release policy by reducing committals to prisons, so reducing the numbers of people that are detained or convicted of crimes and sent to prison. And as well as that, they must facilitate the supervision and care of those people who are released. And in addition to that, all these justice sector institutions, they have a responsibility to take care of their own staff. That is the police officers, the prosecutorial officials, prison guards, probation officers, and so on. They have to take care of those people who have to facilitate and implement emergency policy at this time. There have been at least 3 routes for emergency release of prisoners that have emerged in the first half of 2020. First is ad hoc initiatives, amnesties and parole schemes that have been decided at the highest levels of governments, and these have been implemented in countries such as India, Indonesia, Iran, Thailand, Turkey, and Myanmar. For example, in Turkey, the government decided to accelerate a decision that was already in the works pre-COVID to release over 90,000 prisoners to reduce severe overcrowding problems in Turkish prisons. In implementing that, the law to release those prisoners excluded many political opponents of the ruling party who have been imprisoned in the latter years under broadly defined terrorism legislation. So there are issues there surrounding the fair and just application of that prisoner release amnesty. Similarly, in Indonesia, the government issued a decree to release 36,000 prisoners, and that decision has been criticized for enabling the release of some 5,000 people in prison who were convicted of corruption crimes. And those white-collar criminals typically did not suffer from overcrowding issues in Indonesia prisons, as many of them had their own cells. A second route for releasing people from prison is the issuance of prison release guidelines that are set by ministries of justice and or prison authorities. And these typically will set out the categories of prisoners eligible for release and the process of applying for release, the conditions of release, as well as post-release care and supervisory obligations. And these guidelines give guidance to prison authorities, prison directors, on the parameters of decision-making on releasing prisoners. There is often within these guidelines space for prison directors to exercise discretion in deciding on the release of particular prisoners. One example of these release guidelines comes from the UK. In April of this year, the Ministry of Justice published its guidelines entitled End of Custody Temporary Release. Another example is in the US, where the US Attorney General issued a memorandum for the Bureau of Prisons on home confinement. In addition to these emergency release schemes that are operated by prisons, many prison directors are also implementing already existing compassionate release schemes for prisoners. And these schemes, which have been long in existence, are typically applicable to prisoners who are at high risk of developing complications if they contract COVID-19. So that includes pregnant women, older prisoners, and those with pre-existing health conditions. And in many countries, offenders convicted of violent crimes such as sexual crimes, domestic violence, murder are expressly excluded from emergency measures. A third route to release prisoners in some countries has been via the courts. And the courts have taken a lead in hearing applications for release by individual prisoners, and also hearing opposition to release by victims groups and victims on grounds of risks to public safety. One concern with this court approach is that there are questions whether there is equal access to justice for all prisoners, or if only the wealthy and well-defended prisoners can afford to engage legal teams to apply to the courts for their release. An example of this approach is in Argentina. Now, all three of these routes for de-densifying prisons, for releasing people from prison, raise challenges for policymakers who are concerned with maintaining the rule of law and avoiding corruption of the process. And I'm going to take a little bit of time to set out just some of these challenges. First, as I've alluded to, there's a challenge concerning the method of selecting who gets released. It is an advantage if prison authorities are able to develop prison population profiles. Who is in prison and for what? This is not an obvious development in many countries. sometimes there are not clear records of who is in prison and for what. Also, it's important that there's a clear, transparent process to assess who is eligible for release, and that there's an audit process thereafter to follow up on the correctness of those decisions. Records should be maintained of prisoners who are released, and those records should be transparent and publicly accessible. In the UK, an offender management hub was established to consider the list of potentially eligible adult prisoners and work with local establishments, probation services and the police to assess individuals. The UK has acknowledged that the first wave of releases was subject to errors in releasing certain prisoners. So the experience highlights the need for tracking and checking of who is being released and on what grounds, and what follow-up care they receive upon release. Because of course, sending someone to an overcrowded shelter for ex-prisoners or homeless people will not mitigate or help the larger public health crisis caused by COVID-19. A second challenge for policymakers is to establish what categories of prisoners should benefit from release and what is the justification for their selection. Release schemes have tended towards releasing those who are deemed low risk to public safety and or those who are approaching the end of their sentences. Different countries are taking different approaches. For example, in the UK, those people who are currently on remand, that is, they are detained in correction facilities or prisons, they're awaiting trial, but they have not yet been convicted of any crime. In the UK, those currently on remand are excluded from release. By contrast, in Argentina, those on remand, there is a public debate about releasing those on remand, particularly those who are accused and not yet convicted of non-violent and low-level crimes. A third challenge for policymakers is to ensure that just and fair release decisions prevent unfair decisions that favour releasing political allies or wealthy, high-profile, often white-collar criminals. There are examples of questionable decisions being taken in Argentina, the US, Turkey and Indonesia. I can go into some of those later. I'm keeping an eye on the time. A final issue that policymakers should pay attention to is what conditions could be attached to the release on license of people from prison, what supervision exists, and as I've mentioned, what provisions are in place for the health and housing of releasees. Conditions of release raise the issue of what alternatives to custodial sentences we can impose on people who are released. So what alternatives to prison? And in this regard, I'm thinking particularly of those who have committed corruption crimes that have defrauded the state and have particularly contributed to social damage and the weakening of public trust in government institutions. What conditions or alternatives to prison can be imposed on them legally in order to ensure the fulfillment of law enforcement and rule of law requirements. And in fact, we have already existing international standards to guide our thinking on this, namely the United Nations Standard Minimum Rules for Non-Custodial Measures, known as the Tokyo Rules. And these recommend non-custodial measures that policymakers and judges can explore. They recommend that each case should be taken individually, and conditions, alternatives to imprison, and therefore conditions of release, could include requirements such as ensuring the payment of compensation where there are financial crimes involved, making reparations, having assets subjected to confiscations, and having status penalties imposed on releasees, such as preventing them from holding fiduciary positions in companies or from holding public office for a period of time. And of course, in the international system, to give these non-custodial measures teeth, there are existing measures that can make these conditions effective. For example, the Stolen Asset and Recovery Initiative established by the World Bank and the UNODC that works with developing countries to facilitate the recovery and return of stolen assets. So there is an architecture available to pursue some of these alternatives to custodial sentences. In sum, this paper explores ways to ensure emergency prison releases both respects human rights and rule of law requirements by ensuring both prison populations and society is protected from the spread of disease, but it is also interested in ensuring that the rule of law is meaningfully upheld and that social damage, in particular caused by corruption crimes, is repaired. And the use of alternatives to custodial sentence in this emergency period is also will provide a good example for how we respond to prisoners or people accused of corruption crimes in non-emergency times. I will leave it there, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this fascinating presentation, and also indeed the insights on the different routes for early release of prisoners because of COVID-19, but also the risks and the examples which you have given. So I'm sure there will be further questions to this, so thank you very much. And I would like to move to Victoria Janet, who is going to we are going to speak, we are going to listen to Carmelina Sessa, who is going to speak about how fundamental rights live with mass surveillance technologies in democratic systems. So it's actually continuation of the topic which we just discussed with Alex Reed as well, with a focus on Europe and Italy. So Carmelina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. De Vries. So first of all, I want to thank all of you and the other conference organizers. Thanks to all here today with you, and it's an honor for me. In the first part, my paper deals with the problems relating to the maintenance of the rule of law in Italy in the face of anti-contagion government measures from a constitutional and interconstitutional, therefore supranational point of view. The second part focuses on the impact that new contact tracing technologies are having in democratic societies, such as ours, and with which implications. So, I would like to start with a question. How is the rule of law doing today? Well, the crisis is showing that there is an extreme need for law, crucial more than ever, to guarantee regulation in the field of fundamental human rights. As required by the constitutional and international charters, human rights are subject to the checks and balances system in compliance with the incompressibility of the essential core of rights and the principle of proportionality that consists of three components: stability, necessity, and proportionality in the sixth sense, or adequacy. The current moment of overcoming the acute crisis that we are experiencing in Europe requires a legal reflection in the face of an normalization of the emergency and its effect that cannot be excluded a priori, and which indeed seems to be witnessing little by little. Apparently, the emergency will continue for months. In Italy, for example, phase 3 is coexistence with COVID-19, and the state of emergency has been extended to 31 December 2020, after the expiry of the first term. This situation led to give attention to the lasting and constant direction that the emergency is taking. Negative scenarios aside, in any case, I think there is a need to keep attention on the legal principles of the system, because it's important to keep in mind that it is not enough to have one fundamental rights, but they must be defended every day. In Europe, for example, what happened in the political institutional context in Hungary should act as a warning in this sense, because the risks of an extremization of the centralization of powers by an executive that reaches the compression of the essential core of human rights are real and behind the corner. About the Italian legal system, up to now, the pandemic has not compromised the system, while stressing the overall stability of the Republican institutions. The instruments of the law decree and the related DPCM's decrees of the President of Council of the Ministers used by the government were compliant with the Constitution from a formal point of view. They were the viable solution and necessary in the face of a pandemic emergency. From a substantive point of view, on the proportionality of some measures, it will be up to the judge to rule on the merits of each. Some aspects worthy of criticism, such as complex regulation with heterogeneous measures and marginalization of parliament, must be highlighted. The intervention of the parliament is marginal because it is limited to the conversion procedures of the law decrees. Basically, the management of the crisis has confirmed previous tendencies of delegation, which involved the Italian source system, even in ordinary times. We refer to the abuse of governmental law decree to the detriment of parliamentary laws, dealing with the balance between the two constitutional institutions, legislative and executive powers. It is also true that during the global crisis, the preservation of national unity need the concentration of powers in a single institution. But the fact that this trend has previously started in Italy led us to be more vigilant now about the existing discrepancy between the written constitution and the practical reality. That's because now, in the current contingency, the effect of this situation are related to the compression of fundamental rights due to the progress of an emergency that in its persistence, that is unpredictable. On the basis of the considerations made so far, the constitutional plan can be said to tend to be safe. This perspective could be overturned in the light of the interconstitutional level. In fact, it's worrying the still lack of communication of the derogation under the ECHR and the ICCPR. I want to remember that derogation is an obligation in case of generalized suspension of the fundamental rights protected, even if after a balance of fundamental rights to protect those to health and life, such as in our case. So it would be desirable for Italy to keep in mind the derogation clauses, because the lockdown measures have had a strong impact on many fundamental rights for months, and it gives a pressure to have crossed borders within which simple restrictions are allowed. Also, as regards the principle of legality due to the complex regulation adopted. Furthermore, despite the current phase being marked by a relaxation of the rigidity of the measures adopted during the lockdown, it is not even certain that the compression of rights will continue to be milder, given the increase in infections that are being registered again. Having framed the issues at the constitutional and interconstitutional level, now our speech wants to focus the analysis on the use of artificial intelligence and invasive technology to pursue national purposes in democratic societies. With the health emergency, the states have been called upon to play a prominent role also in relation to the impact of the invasive technologies on people's daily lives. In undemocratic states such as Asia, in the name of national security, even mass surveillance can be considered legitimate and justified. There, the spread of the virus has been countered with a massive use of the information technology, drones, video surveillance, and biometric systems, facial recognition, and in particular, the apps for tracing contacts is paradigmatic of the complex balancing between the need to protect different rights of the citizens and to ensure public interests. As for Europe, on digital issues, we have seen a more organic approach by the EU, unlike what happened at the beginning of the emergency. Without having a single software, the European institutions have guided the process of adoption of the apps. How? For example, giving timely guidelines, the EU have inspired the EU institutions have inspired national policies and the national authorities for personal data in providing for individual national solutions respecting the European normative. One of the first working app in Europe is Immuni, adopted by Italy. The app seeks to preserve the guarantees despite the difficult and the dynamic balance between public health and right to privacy and data confidentiality. The identity trait of the European legal system has high standards of protection of fundamental rights and big data, thanks to the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. And our system, the Italian system, I mean, has been attentive both to the principles of the Constitution and the national legislation, and to the European normative. In particular, to the Article 23 of the GDPR and Article 15 of the e-Privacy Directive. And about the national legislation, we have to refer to the National Privacy Code. For this reason, Immuni received the authorization for use by the National Data Protection Authority. Trying to analyze the impact of the Immuni app with respect to the constitutional framework of multi-level government, the respect of its adequacy, so the third phase of the proportionality test, should be verified as part of the proportionality test. We have two problems.
If we can move in the next 1 or 2 minutes, possible?
Yes. Yeah. We have two problems. In the Italian technological and cultural context, the voluntary nature of the download affects the limited use of the app. So the only 66 of people who in Italy have a smartphone compatible with the software. The second problem is that Bluetooth technology was preferred to the more invasive geolocation, with which the position is constantly stored. But Bluetooth gives rise to problems in terms of false positives and false negatives, because of the aspects of imprecision. In the national legislation, there are some shadows on the unclear circumstances with which the anonymization of data is not possible, and pseudonymization occurs, and the same about their consequences that are not explained. Other shadows can be seen on the retention of data when mobile devices come into contact, because it is not well explained where this would happen. So in addition to smartphone, where also the data would be stored, for example, in a central national server, we don't know. Anyway, the way in which the advantages of Immuni are showing does not present the app as a tracing technology tool, TACUR, but rather as a sort of active surveillance, because it needs the user collaboration. However, downloads currently stand at around 5 million, and so this is indicative of a substantial indifference and a lack of knowledge, and also of a general fear towards technological innovation perceived as invasive. An approach inspired by the graduality criterion respected by Immuni is reasonable, because it is a less invasive measures and therefore increase them in case of need. In any case, it seems necessary to establish other rigid and clearer limits. That's because there is an official news that soon a contact tracing function will be incorporated and integrated directly into the new Apple and Google systems. So it will be enough to have a smartphone to receive the notification notice of having had a contact at risk from coronavirus, without the need to have a specific app. So this gives new aspects of problem, because how the new function of smartphones automatic use will flank the national app that is voluntary use, and how both the system will impact on the international protection regime of personal data. With the reference to individual national solutions, it will be It will then be interesting in the near future to verify if and how they will interfere with each other and with the freedom of movement of people depending on the actual use that will be made of them. In conclusion, if it is true that all this is happening in a moment of urgency for an emergency in progress, it is always required to keep in mind the need to reestablish an adequate system of guarantees later. The combination between regulation dictated by emergency situation and technological innovation works on a thin thread, which requires caution because there is no turning back from technological innovation. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Carmelina. And you managed actually to combine two very diverse issues of analysis, the technicalities of the surveillance mechanisms and how they work, and then also the constitutional viewpoint and the effects on the rule of law. So thank you very much for that, and I'm sure there will also be questions coming from the audience for that. So now we are actually moving to the other side of the world, and we are going to Australia. And I would like to welcome the President of the Legislative Council, Kate Doust, and also Mr. Sam Hastings, which are going to talk to us about legislative scrutiny in times of emergency, a case study of the different Australian parliaments. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franklin. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet, the Whadjuk Noongar people. I certainly want to thank the IALS and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy for enabling us to share in this very interesting and new style of format for a conference. And I certainly acknowledge Franklin and the earlier presenters today and thank them very much. The paper, and I certainly acknowledge my colleague Sam Hastings and thank him very much for the significant piece of work that he has put together. The focus of this paper is around the primary legislation and not necessarily the use of the emergency powers that have been in place during the COVID period, both here in Western Australia and certainly at a Commonwealth level. So the starting premise of the paper is that legislating during an emergency phase is not ideal, certainly not ideal for any of the participants in the process. And the paper spends a lot of time looking at what are the best practices for legislating in these types of emergencies and looking at the theoretical framework of legislation that can be put in place. We've focused on two parliaments, our own state parliament here in Western Australia and our Commonwealth Parliament of Australia, and looking at the early stages of the COVID period, primarily around March and April. Prior to COVID, Australians had pretty much lost a lot of faith or trust in both government at a range of levels and in Parliament, and certainly in democratic processes in general. So you might say that COVID in some ways provides an opportunity for governments and certainly for parliaments to perhaps step up and reinvigorate and demonstrate to community that they are worthy of that trust. And you know, when you talk about trust in this context, it can be defined as the measure of expectation versus performance, and by performance we're focusing on that of government and parliaments. And so during the COVID period, it's been a real challenge for governments across the country, and certainly for the parliaments in terms of how they respond. You know, would they stay open and functioning to demonstrate to the public that business was still happening, business as usual, that they were still looking out for the community's best interest. So certainly we look at our example here in Western Australia and the Commonwealth, where both of those parliaments have continued to function throughout the COVID period and right up to date. And even though emergency powers have been in place, certainly at the state level, a range of gaps have been identified to try and deal with the pandemic issues in relation to how communities' expectations could be better managed, and in areas of improvement in managing health issues, and certainly dealing with a range of the economic issues that have arisen, primarily around the legislation that was managed through the House in relation to residential commercial tenancies, and a range of other matters at a Commonwealth level in terms of income support for working people across the country, primarily in the job keeper and job seeker areas. So the challenge for government were, have they lived up to community expectations in terms of how they've managed this period of pandemic? And part of the problem for Australia, Australian governments and Australian parliaments, was the uncertainty about how the pandemic would impact upon the community, and how far-reaching it would be and how long it would last. So in both at a state and a Commonwealth level, the community have certainly looked to government and looked to the parliament to step up. They have become quite engaged, and in terms of daily reporting about levels of infection, what governments are actually doing to deal with the issue, what the parliaments were doing, what legislation has been processed through various parliaments. And so it's actually been a bit of a turning point, and people have become quite engaged in the process, and you find that they tend to log on at particular times of the day to see what's actually happening. So whilst the governments have traditionally, government and parliament have played a very key role in our democratic processes in our communities, government in terms of how they are able to change laws to adapt to our changing circumstances, particularly during this recent crisis, and Parliament in terms of its capacity to hold government to account, and to be able to raise issues. So the challenges are, has government been able to provide that level of comfort and support to the community? Have they responded appropriately to the policy issues that have arisen as a result of the COVID-19 period? I suppose my view at the moment is that yes, they have. They have had to do it in a very different way. In some ways, they've had to bypass our traditional mechanisms to deal with the crisis in an urgent and expeditious manner. They've had to, and Sam is going to talk in more detail about the actual legislation at both state and Commonwealth level and provide some more data on how the processes are worked through. But some of the challenges for the government has been about getting emergency legislation, COVID-19 specific legislation through their various processes in a much swifter time. So managing bills through cabinet in a day in some cases, managing getting those bills through the various party rooms, the caucus processes if it's a government situation at the moment at a state level, in some cases bypassing traditional stakeholder engagement and consultation processes. Briefings for members have been expedited in a couple of examples that Sam will probably provide more detail on. Members may have only been given a few hours notice of a bill coming into the House and working its way through. But I must say that members have risen to that challenge, and certainly in our example in Western Australia, we're able to put aside their more combative traditional approach to dealing with legislation, or even being prepared to apply a guillotine, which is not something that we've dealt with in our chamber, to get through emergency legislation to deal with the issues that we had in front of us. So they've certainly risen to the challenges, and that's been received very well in the community. So some of the logistical issues that the parliaments have had to deal with have been whether or not they have adopted a hybrid model as seen in the Commons, of having people online or people present, or whether they've looked at the Welsh example of having people online. In the West Australian context, we shut the Parliament down to access to the public. We only had members and staff. Members were able to have a pair if they had, issues around access via tyranny of distance, or if they had issues around health. I must say that members on the whole deliberately decided that they wanted to participate. We put in place social distancing in the chamber. We restricted the number of designated seats in each house. We expanded the floor space for the whole of the chamber. We denied access to our public galleries. We changed the way media could access our chambers and applied social distancing there as well. We had our Hansard report away from the chamber, and we made sure that appropriate hygiene, extra cleaning, all of those practical things. We changed the way divisions were conducted in each house, and I've already referred to the pairing arrangements. The Commonwealth Parliament put in different sets of arrangements and have been trialling both online and physical attendance as well. Some of the issues we've had to deal with are around our constitution, whether or not that enabled us to have a virtual presence, and the whole question of how you define presence is something that we're looking at, and in some ways the COVID situation, as well as how we managed legislation, and we've continued to operate our committee functions, and there's been a plethora of reports tabled and debated in the House all the way through this process. So work has continued, and I think in terms of, again, how the public have received that, that's been very positive. I think it's actually been reassuring to the public that both government and Parliament have continued to function and to deliver legislation that has provided some protective arrangements for them during this very uncertain period. So there are lots of challenges in terms of how we deal with this in the future. We will have to look at some of those constitutional issues, our standing orders, and some of our other more practical arrangements, given the size of our chamber and our logistics for members to attend in relation to managing a quorum. But we were able to get through a significant number of bills. We got through 11 bills in Western Australia during March and April. We've expanded upon that since that time. We've actually had recalls back to the House, which we have not done in the last 20 years. The federal Parliament had 15 bills go through. So it has been a very interesting period in terms of how both government and Parliament have managed. One of the silver linings has been the increase in adoption of the use of technology in terms of how we've managed our workload and our communication opportunities between the Parliament and our broader community outside. So that there's still some work to be done there. I'm going to hand over to Sam. Sam's going to provide you with some further information about how we've looking at our scrutiny of legislation and what are the models and how the data around the legislation that's been passed in both Western Australia and the Commonwealth, how that fits in with or whether or not it's complied with the 5 constitutional principles established by the House of Lords. He'll also talk about the post-legislative scrutiny principles, which methods are being applied as a result of the COVID-19 specific legislation during this period in time, and perhaps about how we might be moving forward. So I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hand over to Sam.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think it's safe to say that nobody enjoys legislating during an emergency. It's not particularly good, probably, for getting feedback for quality, probably precision quality drafting. It certainly presents some difficulties for the Parliament and the parliamentary staff. But I think we very much rose to the occasion, certainly here in Western Australia. So I'm going to speak about primary legislation that's been passed by 2 parliaments during the initial stages of the COVID emergency. And the legislation we were looking at was that passed during March and April. And that really was the very height of COVID-19, or certainly concern over COVID-19 in Australia. We've been rather fortunate in Australia that we've had a limited impact in terms of COVID-19, well, unlike that seen perhaps in some other states. But we, as a Parliament in Western Australia, we've been able to continue to sit. In looking at the legislation passed by those parliaments, we applied the constitutional principles outlined by the House of Lords Constitution Committee in their report, which now dates back about 10 years, which looked at fast-track legislation. So what is the best practice in terms of fast-track legislation? And that report set out 5 key principles. Firstly, to ensure that effective parliamentary scrutiny is maintained. Secondly, to maintain good law, to ensure the technical quality of legislation. Third was around consultation, providing interested bodies the opportunity to make a contribution. Fourthly, to make sure that the legislation is proportionate, justified and appropriate to the issue at hand, and that it didn't jeopardise fundamental constitutional rights and principles. And finally, to maintain transparency. Now, all of that, there's nothing new in those principles. In fact, they're probably important principles for passing any legislation, but really were highlighted as the key principles when you are fast-tracking legislation. And the House of Lords actually defined fast-track legislation as that which passes through more than one stage on a particular day. Now, during the height of COVID, I think multiple acts through all of their stages in one particular day. So it was fast-tracked legislation. But looking at the legislation that was passed in Western Australia, we passed 11 bills that fall specifically part of our data set, passed in 5 days. The House has also considered another 3 bills which were pre-existing before COVID-19 started. So those 11 bills we considered were introduced and went through all of their stages in the relevant period. The bills were quite broad-ranging. They dealt with emergency management, health, criminal law, tenancy, and they ranged in size from 4 to 59 pages. So these were not short bills. They were detailed, meaty bills which were complex and amended significant things in the legislative scheme. The Commonwealth passed 15 bills. That's our national parliament, the Commonwealth Parliament. They passed those over 2 days. They largely dealt with economic matters, taxation, and a number of supply bills. Their bills were even bigger. So theirs ranged from 8 to 162 pages. So in terms of then of those constitutional principles, the first one was parliamentary scrutiny maintained? It was difficult for both parliaments. There was a very large number of bills passed in a very short period of time. And that puts significant pressure on not only ministers and drafters of bills, but also other members of parliament and shadow ministers in order to familiarise themselves with the content of those bills and to be able to adequately scrutinise those bills. And we had situations of particular shadow ministers having multiple bills that were being introduced at the period of time. And in some cases, those bills were provided, or the final version of those bills was provided less than 24 hours prior to them being debated in the House. Clearly, out of necessity, I mean, these bills were being drafted as they went to respond to the very urgent circumstances that presented themselves. As Madam President said, in the Legislative Council, our upper house, we actually applied a guillotine. So we set limited time for debate. That is not a thing that we do, really, and I guess it speaks to the extraordinary circumstances in which we found ourselves in order to have those bills considered. In the Commonwealth, they only sat over 2 days and they passed that large number of bills. They passed the bills as a broad package. They did 5 or 6 bills all at once. Amendments were moved by members en bloc. And I think there was only 2 questions that were asked during the consideration of that first package of bills. So there was really no scrutiny, nothing on the public record in the Commonwealth over that those package of bills, which does present some difficulties in terms of understanding what the bills actually meant if it's not apparent on the face of them. In terms of whether good law was maintained, we looked at the technical quality of the bills. One measure of that can be the number of amendments moved by the government. There's research that talks about governments generally moving amendments to bills for technical reasons and also for policy reasons. There was several bills here in Western Australia that were amended, but largely for technical reasons. But some of those amendments were moved as the Parliament was sitting. So again, it was difficult for members to familiarise themselves with that material. The Commonwealth, very few amendments were moved, which again, there was very limited time for them to do that. Now I can see we are getting close to time, but so perhaps I might skip forward and actually speak about legislative review, because I think it's an interesting point to make between Western Australia and the Commonwealth. I should say there's an excellent paper on post-legislative scrutiny written by Dr. Sarah Moulds, who spoke earlier, and speaks about Australian post-legislative scrutiny being ad hoc. In terms of a review of this legislation in Western Australia, most of the bills actually have sunset clauses in them, and of those, at least half of them were not limited to the state of emergency. So it provides the opportunity for the Parliament to come back and reconsider those measures which were passed under that fast-track process. So it does provide some protection if there was issues with those laws. From a Commonwealth perspective, there was no sunsetting of any of the particular laws, although I do note that those bills were reviewed by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, which does put some independent information on the record in terms of how those bills may work or impact on existing principles. None of the bills in Western Australia, with the exception of one, were referred to a parliamentary committee for consideration. And it's an interesting point where here in Western Australia, we have the ability, or the Parliament has the ability to revisit those bills, but there's no perhaps independent voice as to the impact of those bills, for example, through a parliamentary committee report, whereas the Commonwealth doesn't have the ability perhaps to reconsider those bills, but will have a wealth of information at least available on the impact of them. So, you know, ideally you would have both. You would have some independent view perhaps of the impact of the bills for when they do come back, when the sunset period ends. I'm not sure which position is better to be in, what we've got or what the Commonwealth has, but you know, I think the government here really did consider that they were passing bills in an expedited manner, and you know, most of the bills did come with a sunset clause. There was only one where it was subsequently added in the House. So just to wrap up, in Australia, trust in government and the Parliament has been declining over certainly in recent time, but that's coupled with COVID-19 and a really high interest in government activity and parliamentary activity. And as Madam President suggested, it really does provide an opportunity with people tuned in and interested in what parliaments are doing to really try and meet expectations or exceed expectations in terms of public's expectations that they have in terms of their leaders. You know, there was the actual passage of the legislation suggests that, you know, consideration was given to it being proportionate and there being opportunity for review, but you know, there may have been opportunities perhaps to do some of that better. But again, you know, in times of emergency, everybody was probably doing the best they could. And look, in time, it will be interesting to examine the review that happens for the legislation that was passed in a fast-track process when these bills come back up after the sunset clauses expire, to see how that debate goes. And that will be an interesting analysis for 6 to 12 months' time. Okay. But thank you very much for your time and for listening to our contribution here in sunny Australia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Daust, and also Sam, for a fascinating introduction and presentation on the indeed speed of parliamentary proceedings you went through, and also responding to the challenges. Was interesting to also hear these figures, actually, numbers. So thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes left for a couple of questions. So that means I'll just provide the questions quickly and would like to ask everyone to respond in not more than 1 minute, so that we can stay within the schedule. We have one question for Victoria Janet, and the question is justice for society versus justice for the detainee. How do you suggest to make a proper balance? And then for Presidents Daust and Sam, we have 2 questions or comments. One from Dr. Sarah Moles, referring to her research, and the question is that it appears that there are some preliminary signs that backbenchers may have found new ways to connect meaningfully with their constituents during the pandemic, and that the question is also online forums are being used, being more present with the electorates through social media, and whether the tensions arising from federal-state dynamic has led to some different alliances. So the question is, what's your perspective on that? If possible, in 1 minute. And then another question also for you as well. Any views on whether the virtual participation by members, and in particular virtual voting on legislation, may have an impact on democracy? So if possible, in 1 minute. Thank you.
Shall I take the first question then, Franklin? Okay, thank you. So thank you, Kimlal. You have posed the essential question: how do we balance our responsibility of care towards prisoners, as well as ensure justice for society in terms of effective law enforcement against people convicted of crimes and public safety? Well, I would answer that by saying, in the first place, from a public safety perspective, these two issues are not mutually exclusive. Sick prisoners means sick prison guards who bring disease outside the prison walls to the wider community. So releasing prisoners from a public health perspective serves both the rights of people in prisons as well as society. I interviewed prison directors for this piece in several countries, and they said the top priority is to stop the spread of disease and, in fact, get as many people out of prison as quickly as possible. And they also said, as an aside, without naming names, that most prison directors see that prison does not often serve justice. They cannot say this publicly because of media and popular backlash, but many, many people, they believe, should not be in prison because it does not fix their deviant behavior. Rather, it strengthens it, and it makes wider society more insecure when they are eventually released. But just to finish, my paper addresses this balance by suggesting, from the law enforcement perspective, we meet the need of justice for wider society by recommending the greater use of alternatives to custodial sentences. I talked about those at the end of my presentation. We can use those alternatives to prisons now in this emergency time, and also in non-emergency times. So rather than, in many cases, not all, rather than imposing prison sentences, we find other ways of punishing people for crimes and maintaining the rule of law and adequate law enforcement, whilst also respecting the human rights of those who are in prison.
Thank you very much. Excellent. President Doust and Sam, 2 questions.
Thanks, Franklin. Look, I think in relation to Sarah's comment and backbenchers and engagement, we've certainly seen through our committee processes using Zoom and other means that there's been opportunities to engage with people that may not have normally wanted to participate in the committee processes. And I know that members are certainly using social. There's been an increase in uptake in a variety of mechanisms, be it Zoom or WebEx or Teams or a range of other means to communicate directly, or phone conferences to communicate directly with their constituents, with their stakeholders, and certainly through committees. In relation to their participation in Parliament, for Western Australia, it's been a physical attendance arrangement. The federal government, the Commonwealth government, has been different, and only in the last few weeks they've been trialling the hybrid of some members being able to participate virtually. They can speak, they can ask questions. I don't believe that they've been able to vote in a virtual capacity, and I would imagine there's still quite a bit of work to be done in the Australian context about how we deal with that. So that's still a piece of work to be done. But as I said earlier, there are, in some ways, given our, as most of you would know, there's a tyranny of distance, not just in Western Australia. We're a large state, and so many of our members come from regional areas, sometimes a couple of 1,000 kilometres away from the Parliament. And certainly for our Commonwealth Parliament, we have members who have had to travel across the country. So their physical presence has been restricted, sometimes depending upon the state from which they've come from. And so I think there has been an arrangement put in place at a Commonwealth level about which states would have members either physically present in the chamber or online. And so that's something that changes depending upon the sitting arrangement or which bills are actually up for debate at that time. So I think most of the two parliaments in question, it's certainly a work in progress about how we can improve those arrangements into the future.
Thank you very much. Great. So we are coming to the end of this session, the second plenary session, and I want to thank really our presenters, I would say our researchers, because you have presented very innovative research. The paper abstracts have been shared with all participants, and the full papers we will discuss their publication in the special issue at the end of the conference. We are now going to have a break of 15 minutes. During this time, you will be able to choose which of the two breakout groups you want to join. And you have seen in the conference agenda who is speaking in which group and which topic is going to be discussed in which group. So let me give you some very practical guidance. If you want to join group 1 on principles of scrutiny, you stay online here on this channel. And so there is nothing you need to do. If you want to join group 2 on scrutiny in practice, we will move with another webinar link. So how are we going to do that? We will paste in the chat box, actually we have already pasted in the chat box, the link to that group. It's an other webinar link, and there are 3 things you will need to do. Before you click on the link, you copy the password, and the password is democracy exclamation mark. Democracy is with capital D, and it is with the number 0 and not the letter O. So when you click on the link, you can then paste the password there or type it as I've mentioned, democracy exclamation mark with capital D and with the number 0 instead of O. Second, you will also be asked if you want to leave the current meeting room, the ones we are here. So you click yes. And third, you will be asked to type your email address. That is to ensure that we can identify you as you enter the second virtual room. Now, if you have trouble with this, you can still return to the main Zoom link of the conference, the one for which you received the link with the invitation email for today. And after these breakout groups, we'll have a longer break, and then we will have the same structure of the 2 groups. So let me repeat. If you want to join group 1, you stay online here. If you want to join group 2, you follow the link, which is now in the chat box. And these groups will start at 12:15 UK time, so that is in 15 minutes. And for group 2, the password is democracy exclamation mark. Democracy is with capital D, and it is with the number 0 and not the letter O. So I hope that will work out fine. And in 15 minutes, we will continue our conversation. In the meantime, enjoy coffee, drinks, or whatever you need to proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope that everyone's had a good break. My name is Sophia Fernandez, and it's my pleasure to welcome you and our panel to the rest of our digital conference on COVID-19 emergency measures and is it a threat to democracy, fact and fiction. You are here in our panel on principles of scrutiny. I would just like to check just for a minute that everyone is in the right panel. If you'd like to attend the other panel, which is on scrutiny in practice, You'll need to go into your chat function, which is at the bottom of your screen, and click on the Zoom link there with the password to join that session. But a very, very warm welcome to everyone. I'm the Senior Technical Advisor on Political Inclusion for the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and it's my pleasure to moderate this panel with our very, very interesting topic around scrutiny in principle. This afternoon, I welcome Samantha Davey, Professor Emilio Fedriani, Sean Malloy and Andrea Cullen to our panel, and I'll briefly introduce them before they speak for about 12 or so minutes on their presentations. I will be quite strict with time as we'll be heading into our lunch break at 1:30, and I'm sure everyone will like to head off for a break then as well. For the panelists, I will send you a little message on the chat function about your timings, but if not, if you don't see that, I will hold up a little sign up here with 1 minute and with end just to help you along there as well. I'm joined by my colleague Victoria Hassan, who's going to be rapporteuring this session as well, our Senior Parliamentary Advisor, and she'll be speaking later on today about this session as well. For everyone who's joining us, all you attendees, at the bottom of your screen you'll see a Q&A button, and that's where you're welcome to submit your questions throughout the session. You don't need to wait till the end. Please do send them along as the panelists are speaking, and I'll be moderating them and putting them to our panelists at the end of the session there. So we'll have about an hour for the presentations and hopefully half hour at the end for questions. In this session, we have the opportunity to look in more detail at cases from the UK, from Italy, from Australia, and the more global picture on trends that we have seen emerging over the last 6 months. We've seen globally executives driven by the health crisis create new powers or use existing procedures to expand powers that impede on the social contract. We see the increased presence of governance and governments in social relationships. We've also seen the use of sunset clauses and election cycles to shift what would have been otherwise normal and expected parliamentary scrutiny functions. And so to kick us off, it's my pleasure to invite Samantha Davey, who's a lecturer in law at the University of Essex. She has recently published a failure of proportion non-consensual adoption in England and Wales, and has blogged on family and public law issues. And her presentation today is looking at the Coronavirus Act 2020 in the UK and its impact on social relationships and communication. And it's posed a very provocative question: an Orwellian dystopia or a protective bubble? So over to you, Samantha, and my colleague will have PowerPoint up. Thank you.
That's lovely. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. I've really enjoyed the presentation so far. I think that there's quite a lot of interesting themes that have come through, that have emerged from the discussion. I'm particularly interested in hearing about the sunset clauses presentation later on in this session as well. So my work is looking at the transfer of lawmaking to the executive in England and Wales, but my specific interest is in regulations created by government and looking at the creation and the application of the guidance and how it has impacted on social relationships and communication. So the title that I have reflects the fact that there's a spectrum from which we can view the Coronavirus Act 2020 in England and the guidance. On the one hand, we could take the approach that it's rather extreme measures of intervention. So as envisaged by George Orwell in his famous well-known novel 1984, where he talks about matters such as surveillance and the increased use of lawmaking, where books are ripped up and replaced by other books. So, on that basis, you can see intervention as potentially disproportionate and a disproportionate interference with various rights under the European Convention on Human Rights. On the other hand, you can see it as a measure that's necessary to protect vulnerable groups in society, such as the elderly, and those suffering from respiratory illnesses, including emphysema and asthma. So on that basis, the law and guidance and the need for protective bubbles can be seen as necessary and proportionate to protect public health. The specific focus that I'm looking at is the creation of guidance on a few specific things. So I'm looking at social distancing, social gatherings, and the use of face masks. And I'm looking at those issues through the lens of the Nolan principles of integrity, openness, and accountability. So essentially, the Coronavirus Act 2020 was enacted via emergency powers. So obviously the legislation hasn't gone through the usual sort of scrutiny that we would expect, but nonetheless it's constitutionally legitimate. And I think that we all understand the reasons why it's been necessary to create such wide-ranging law at the moment. So the issue really is with the guidance that has followed on from the law. And quite a few people have noticed the difficulties that have come from the guidance, and I've included some questions here in this slide here that give you an idea of some of the issues on a micro level, and also an idea of some of the issues on a macro level as well, when we're looking at the various issues that people have in a day-to-day life, as well as the more fundamental human rights issues. So I won't take you in depth through each of those questions there, but these were particular questions that occurred as a consequence of the guidance that was created after lockdown. And I've blogged on a few of these issues, and the government subsequently created new guidance which served to clarify these issues. And unless we have a second lockdown, a lot of these specific issues are not problematic at the moment. But I'll focus on one issue just to highlight some of the problems at a micro level. The first question: what will be regarded as essential items which will justify shopping trips? So this was one of the exceptions where individuals could leave their homes for lockdown, and this was surprisingly controversial because it was around the time of Easter when people wanted to go out and purchase Easter eggs. And one of the things that was prevalent in the media was the overzealousness of the police and other public officials, because Easter eggs were not necessarily seen as an essential item in some areas. So this raised the question of, should people actually be allowed to go out and buy Easter eggs? And in the blog that I've written about this, I even suggested, to be on the safe side, buy a loaf of bread and then get an Easter egg as a sort of, an extra item. But this just gives you an idea of some of the problems that you have when the guidance doesn't necessarily have that scrutiny that we would usually expect. But it's understandable that a lot of these unforeseeable issues that might occur. But it does raise questions about the legitimacy and proportionality of certain rules as well. Next slide, please. So in the next slide, I'm considering the methodology. So in terms of the methodology, I'll be using a doctrinal analysis of the law and guidance on the coronavirus. So although looking at the Coronavirus Act 2020 will be important, what I'm most interested in is the guidance that's been provided by the executive subsequently, as I said, on social distancing, social gatherings, and on face masks. So in doing that, I'm looking at this through the lens of the Nolan principles of public life on integrity, accountability, and openness. So in applying these principles, I'm looking at whether or not the guidance has adversely impacted social relationships and communication. I think that we would certainly agree that these measures have had an adverse impact, but the question is whether these measures are a legitimate and proportionate interference with convention rights, particularly Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights, the right to a private and family life. So that will be my particular focus, but I'm also going to be using freedom of information requests as well. So freedom of information requests, they are a very good way of getting data quite quickly and on important information, such to really kind of help to see whether this is a myth or whether there is a problem in how particular police powers are being used, for example. So we've seen a lot of issues in the media, but what I'm planning to do through the freedom of information request is to see how often these powers are being used, to see the extent to which individuals and public officials understand these powers, and move on from there. And one of the issues, or one of the things really that is cutting across what I'm looking at, is what is the understanding of the difference between law on the one hand and guidance on the other, and the application and enforceability of these. So this is a particularly important issue. Do public officials have that clarity and certainty, and do members of public understand? Because in my experience, one of the issues is that a lot of people don't necessarily understand the difference between law and guidance, and this is an important part of what I'm doing with my work. One thing I would hasten to add is that although the title of my presentation is quite extreme in a sense, you know, are we living in an Orwellian dystopia? I would hasten to add that there are other countries which have taken much harsher routes in creating particular regulations. So measures such as curfews during the lockdowns, measures such as wearing face masks within the home, mandatory testing and vaccination. So, you know, it's at the backdrop of a lot of these different issues. And so there are potential issues that the government here will be tackling in future as well. And that will include, you know, what will happen once vaccinations are in place. So while the restrictions on the civil liberties are justified in the interests of public health, in addition to being legitimate and proportionate, they need to be consistent, they need to be understandable, and they need to be understood by the public officials who are seeking to enforce them as well. So these are really important issues. And this is the reason why I'm looking at this subject through the lens of the Nolan principles, because the Nolan principles are a very useful way of evaluating the creation and application of the law and guidance on the coronavirus. So I'm very concerned that there is a lack of consistency, that at times the guidance can be created that seems to be contradictory to perhaps press releases, or one type of guidance is created and then another doesn't necessarily sit well with that. Obviously, there's lots of different guidance on lots of different elements, and my focus is on social relationships and on, you know, communication, but these are issues that are important. Is there consistency? They need to be non-contradictory, and we need to know what can be enforced and what can't be enforced. And these are all issues that I would argue that even if we can say that measures are proportionate, that there is an issue of legitimacy, because if people don't necessarily understand the difference between law and guidance, that is a huge problem. And then we're seeing that people have thought that guidance was law, and then now they're thinking that law is guidance. So this creates a lot of problems in terms of getting people to adhere to regulations as well. Next slide, please. So there's a number of different issues that I've raised, and my particular focus, as I said, it's on the creation and the application of law and guidance. So I've put here some of the questions to be considered. So one of the first ones is, what is the difference between law and guidance, hard law versus soft law? So practitioners and academics, they understand these differences, but the issue is that a lot of the general public will not necessarily understand the difference between the two and the significance of the enforceability. And although most public officials will understand the difference, there will be some confusion over which is which at times, which needs to be clarified, especially now. Also, to another question is, has the guidance struck the appropriate balance between the different interests? So on the one hand, we have the need to protect public health. We have the need to look after vulnerable groups in society, especially the elderly. We're quite aware, for example, of the numbers of elderly people who died in care homes, for example, which is extremely tragic. And it is essential that they are protected. But on the other hand, there are a range of different human rights, not limited to the ones that I'm focusing on, but the impact on social relationships is very, very difficult. And one specific example of that, for instance, might be the grandparent-grandchild relationship, for instance, because restrictions with social bubbles, for instance, as it's one single person household and two adult household, this can have an impact in this sense. Also to the creation of it in terms of the authority. So we know that the coronavirus law is obviously created by emergency powers, but the regulations that stem from the coronavirus law, this is coming from the executive. So this is a key issue that we need to consider. Also too, as I said before, in terms of the application, there are a number of key questions. Do the users understand the guidance? So by that, I mean public officials and general public. And is it consistent? Does it make sense? So these are a range of the questions that need to be considered. I'm aware that I'm running out of time, so next slide, please. Okay, so in conclusion, this is the way that I've looked at it, that we're looking at the human rights framework, the European Convention of Human Rights, and legitimacy and proportionality are key issues. And I think that the issue of legitimacy is potentially a particular problem. And looking at the Nolan principles, particularly integrity, accountability, and openness, they can help provide a framework and give us some answers about the nature of the guidance. And over here to the left, I've just got a number of different issues that fall within consideration in applying the Nolan principles and the European Convention of Human Rights. So these are things that I covered, such as, are the different pieces of guidance consistent? Are they clear? Do users understand them? And do they understand the consequences and the enforceability? Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Samantha. That's very, very interesting to hear your research there. And she just said that all papers are now available, and certainly that intersection between legislation and guidance there, I think it's very interesting. Our next presenter is Professor Emiliano Frediani. He's an associate professor in administrative law at the University of Pisa in Italy. His research interests are concentrated on the following themes: administrative law, environmental law, regulation, network-based model, maladministration, and he's part of the international network of research entitled Political and Legal Recompositions of State in Front of COVID-19. And today he'll be talking to us about public administration and the precautionary approach in the Italian answer to COVID-19. Professor, you're very welcome.
Thank you. You hear me? Thank you very much for the invitation and for this opportunity to present my research in this actual and very interesting panel of the conference. I have 15 minutes, so I go directly to my presentation, and I will divide my presentation into 3 parts, followed by some conclusions. I will call the first part law in the books, the second part, law of uncertain science, and the last part, the time of action, the question of the time of action. Starting from the first part, entitled law in the books. Starting from the beginning, we can refer to the precautionary approach using the Roscoe-Pound's expression, which is very famous, law in the books. The principle 15 of the Rio de Janeiro Declaration of 1992 states clearly that where there are threats of serious or not reversible damages, lack of full scientific certainty, shall not be used as a reason for postponing, it's very important, cost-effective measure to prevent environmental degradation. The principle is taken up by Article 191 of the EU Treaty and the jurisprudence also of the ECJ has specified that the precautionary approach has a general scope. The expression used is a general value in the law of the European Union, a value that goes beyond the environmental matter. So the basic elements of the precautionary approach are four. The first one is the risk of a serious and non-reversible damage. The second one is the lack of absolute scientific certainty. The third one is the need for action. And in this perspective, the precautionary approach is referred to the administrative power. And then the last one is the cost-benefit analysis, which is the expression of a countermeasure, we can say, of precaution. So the logic which is behind the precaution is very clear. The precautionary approach leads to consider a paradigm shift. From the wait-and-see model, we move to an approach based on the idea of maximum caution expressed by better safe than sorry. So it can be said that such a serious and irreversible risk has manifested itself with regard to the spread of the COVID-19. Its birth in China was associated from the beginning with uncertainty. We found ourselves faced with a new and now unknown virus whose lethality soon became visible and its effects manifested themselves in non-reversible terms for human health. This virus was surrounded by an overall uncertainty that covered several aspects: its origin, the way of its transmission, the necessary remedies to fight against the virus. For this reason, it is now necessary to reflect on the second basic element of precaution, which can be defined as this theme of non-reducible ignorance or non-reducible uncertainty. The condition of uncertainty was very evident in the case of COVID-19 and shaped itself also referring to the Italian reaction to the virus in the relationship between science, administration, and politics. But what we can ask, but what we are talking about? We are talking about a specific kind of uncertainty. The image that I want to propose to your attention is the one that goes by the name non-reducible unknown or non-reducible ignorance. In the modern complex risk society, as defined as known by Ulrich Beck, this kind of ignorance occurs in all cases in which an event cannot be reported to the preventive control scheme. In this sense, the administrative precautionary approach goes beyond the idea of prevention. It is like a medium. It is placed in an intermediate step between prevention and the repair of damage. The damage is about to occur. In the Italian case, there was a serious principle of damage in the north part of Italy, as known. There is a threat of damage associated to a strong fear in society for health. It is necessary to take a decision. All of this means no reduction of a phenomenon and its developments to the logic of preventive action. Such a logic allows us to measure with sufficient certainty the type of impact that may arise from an action. But how does the law answer to such a situation? It is at this point that we can speak about a law of uncertain science. This expression indicates a two-way correspondence. The uncertainty of science generates a connected uncertainty regarding how law regulates these complex cases. The best model appears that one of an adaptive public decision, which is clearly related to the concrete case and follows its evolution. The answer of law to this situation is not given in abstract, but must be sought concretely in the perspective of a decision that does not precede but follows events and is based on the logic of the so-called Hirschman muddling through, for example. The administration in these cases cannot follow the ordinary decision-making processes and must decide quickly. The coverage of science is missing. There are not enough studies. Each thesis is subject to the principle of falsifiability. All this occurred in the Italian case to face COVID-19. The Italian government had to adopt a measure restricting citizens' freedoms, the so-called lockdown measures. These measures initially lack scientific support. Only later, the government covered its decisions by consulting a technical scientific committee. But there is the problem, because the role of this technical scientific committee received a lot of criticism by the Italian scholars. The problem is that one of the transparency of decision-making process. Only expert knowledge is presented in the committee, and there is no space for the participation and the voice of civil society. The problem now is still open and has led to a first decision by the Italian administrative judge. This decision has recognized that transparency and visibility of decision-making processes are fundamental, even in time of emergency. This is the first pronunciation of the Italian administrative judge. We are waiting for the Consiglio di Stato, the higher administrative court, to see what will be the future of this pronunciation in the first instance. Third element. Another element, and this is the third, in the Italian reaction to COVID-19 is that related to the time of action. As we know, the question of the time of action is central into the logic of the precautionary administration. The principle number 15 of the Rio Declaration makes it clear just from the beginning. The absence of scientific certainty cannot be a pretext to postpone the adequate and necessary measure to prevent damage. How timely and immediate was the precautionary action of the Italian government in contrasting the spread of COVID-19? In this perspective, many scholars pointed out that the government strategy was characterized by an uncertainty, and an uncertainty that affected the time of the action. After the declaration of the state of emergency on a national scale, we had to wait almost 1 month to have the first effective countermeasure. The declaration of January 31st, represented the logical starting point to outline a model of public intervention that can be described, in my opinion, in a scalar form, divided into 3 steps. The first step is associated to civil protection orders. The second step is represented by the ordinances of the Ministry of Health for the definition of the so-called red areas. The third step is characterized by the use of the instrument of the law decree and the subsequent decrees of the Prime Minister. The result was that of an action strategy that, in my opinion, hides behind itself an uncertainty of a public power which was still unprepared to face a pandemic crisis never experienced. This uncertainty led to a delay, obviously, in contrasting the spread of COVID-19. Conclusions of this my presentation. To conclude, I would like to speak about 3 different lessons, even in the coronavirus drama, that can be learned from the Italian case. The first lesson is this one, that it is necessary to take the precautionary principle seriously as a modus agendi for the public administration in time of crisis. This means acting without delay, but also ensuring a minimum of transparency in the risk assessment process. In Italy, as we have said, this has been lacking. Second conclusion, every emergency requires a particular attitude of public administration. For this reason, the experience of COVID-19 brings to the fore the idea of we can say, courage of the public decision maker. It means the principle of responsibility of the public decision maker. When science does not offer all the solutions, The administration must have the courage to run across the so-called last mile, the mile that separates uncertainty from decision. We can ask if and how the Italian administration was brave, we can say, to run across this mile. I don't have an answer. We will see in the future. Last, the Italian reaction to COVID-19 demonstrates how a fundamental element of the precautionary approach must be the flexibility and the gradualism in decisions. The idea of gradualism is associated in the Italian case in particular to the identification of some phases of the crisis and of the national emergency connected to the crisis. Each of these phases corresponds to specific decisions. The so-called phase 1 was the most critical one, as known, in which the government had to take the most restrictive measures, the so-called lockdown. The phase 2 coincides with what could be called the descending branch of the parabola, gradual reopening of activities, but always social distancing. The phase 3 is underway, but we don't have a definite perspective yet. The resumption of infections in the last week in the Italian summer and in the world raises new questions and creates a concern in civil society. Once again, in conclusion, the role of public power is central, and this role can be better performed by referring to precaution, as some scholars have pointed out, as a flex security principle. A flex security principle for emergencies, as in the very famous case of London, when the administration decided to follow John Snow's studies to fight against cholera. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Emiliano. Very interesting presentation there, talking about who is involved in the expert information and in civil society and the transparency in that decision amongst the decision makers that we have. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to welcome Sean Malloy next. Sean is a lecturer in law at the Northumbria Law School and an associate at the Political Settlements Research Programme at the University of Edinburgh. Prior to this, Sean worked as a research associate at Newcastle University, holds a PhD in law, and today he'll be speaking on his topic, Approach with Caution, Sunset Clauses as Safeguards of Democracy, and that's a question. Over to you, Sean. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sophia, and thanks firstly to the organisers of the conference for this initiative. It's been great to hear some positive stories amidst what has been a pretty dire 6 months for democracy globally. So my paper is focused on the use of sunset clauses in emergency legislation, and really my research interests lie in the area of human rights and terrorism legislation, and so I was quite interested in the initial, albeit limited, debate around emergency legislation in the UK and the focus that developed around sunset clauses. Because in the context of terrorism, they have proven to be relatively ineffective. So I thought I'd have a look at this area and how it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so this is very much ongoing research in the sense that, to be fair, the impacts of sunset clauses will remain to be seen, and it'll be something to observe over the next while. So the purpose of this paper is really to think very generally about some of the benefits of sunset clauses, some of their limitations, and then to think about how we might use these limitations to help inform how we approach the review processes. So in terms of a bit of context then, why are sunset clauses used? Well, I think as Maria and Sylvia excellently pointed out earlier, countries responded very differently to COVID-19. So some countries, for example, declared a state of emergency in line with their constitutions. So various constitutions will define who has the authority to declare a state of emergency, for example, the head of state, under what circumstances, war, external attack, armed revolt, and so forth, and the role of legislators to debate and approve either ex post or ex ante, and the role of courts in terms of determining the legality of a declaration. They'll also stipulate when an emergency ends, when it can be renewed, the geographical scope of the emergency, and the extent and limits placed on government powers. So in theory, in declaring a state of emergency ensures that any exceptions are governed by a legal framework, which can help to ensure that any deviations from the norm are monitored. And this is certainly the approach of Alan Green in the context of COVID-19. Now, the strength of this argument, of course, is dependent on the strength of constitutionalism. So whether defined as democratic decay, constitutional rot, democratic backsliding, autocratic legalism, there are examples around the world of leaders gradually eroding checks and balances. And certainly in the context of COVID-19, what we have seen is autocratic leaning governments utilising the pandemic as an excuse to further entrench powers. But nevertheless, the theory remains that at least an overarching framework exists. In the context, a different approach then is to pass emergency legislation, but without declaring a state of emergency. Now, the objectives are the same, so to enable the government to respond to the emergency, but there is this lack of an overarching legal framework. And this is where I think sunset clauses are particularly useful. And so to think about some of the limitations then associated with emergency legislation, I think helps to frame how they're useful. So in the first interest, as we have heard today, emergency legislation is fast-tracked. So normally there will be various readings of a bill. There'll be inputs from different committees. At times, pre-legislative scrutiny, which is a relatively recent development in the context of the UK. There'll be opportunities for wider public consultation, whether written submissions or appearance before a particular committee. And what this does, it allows, in some instances, citizens to participate directly, or enables citizens to canvass their elected representatives to support or oppose a particular bill or a particular section of a bill, and then to hold accountable their elected representatives for the stance that they've taken on a bill. But in emergency legislation, which is fast-tracked, the same level of engagement is either removed or seriously compromised. In addition to that, then, on the basis of fast-tracked emergency legislation, delegated legislation is passed, and there is even less scrutiny often in the context of COVID-19. In the UK, there has been no scrutiny at all, and this can lead to haphazard laws. And I think Samantha has done an excellent job at highlighting some of the problems associated with these laws and the guidelines that flow from them. So in the first instance, then, there's obvious implications on democratic participation and scrutiny through fast-track legislation. Secondly, then, there's the powers that are afforded under emergency legislation. Again, as we have heard today, emergency powers can directly impact on freedom of assembly, freedom of movement, liberty, privacy, as Alex and Carmelina both alluded to, issues around the right to a fair trial, and issues around prisoners and justice, as Victoria talked about. And certainly in the UK, as with elsewhere, there is a lively debate around the extent of powers that have been afforded and their impact on human rights. Now, the difficulty, of course, I think we can all accept that some amount of powers are necessary in order to enable the government to respond. But the question that arises is to what extent and how long for. And there's always the risk with emergency legislation that these powers can normalise such that the emergency becomes the new norm. So that's the second issue, is around the powers that are afforded under emergency legislation. And then the third issue really is the accountability of the executive in exercising these powers. So the UK is strange in the sense that we had a piece of legislation in place, which was the Civil Contingencies Act, and that would have required that the government had to lay legislation before Parliament every 30 days, and if it wasn't approved, then it would lapse. The government opted instead to adopt the Coronavirus Act, and under Section 98, there's only required to be a review every 6 months. So if we think about the extent of powers that are afforded under emergency legislation and the lack of the limited accountability that goes with that, that obviously raises concerns. Now, there are roles for courts in terms of judicially reviewing delegated legislation and the actions of government. But in the UK, there's a contentious relationship between the courts and the government. For instance, there is an independent panel which is at the minute looking at judicial review. And I think the courts have been reluctant to step on the toes of government. And this has been reflected in a recent case of Dolan and others, which we maybe can talk about a little later on. So, and while Sarah raised some excellent points around parliamentary committees, I think it's difficult at this stage to understand fully what the effect of those committees has been on the approach that the government has taken. So in summary then, the problems are associated with emergency legislation are that it's fast-tracked with limited democratic participation. Significant powers are passed and there's uncertainty regarding when those powers end, and there's often insufficient accountability. So against this backdrop, I think sunset clauses provide at least a partial response. So for instance, in terms of the risk of powers normalising, sunset clauses can provide a termination date for legislation. So as an example of that, in the Canadian Anti-Terrorism Act of 2001, significant powers were passed to the government, but with a sunset clause of 5 years. In 2007, that was allowed to come into effect such that the powers then were removed. If we think about the sort of lack of accountability, emergency sunset clauses can respond to that as well, in the sense that while there may be accountability deficits that arise, at least there is an end goal in sight. There is a termination where normal processes of review and accountability can come back in. And thirdly, and I think probably most importantly, is that while sunset clauses, provide for a termination date, they'll also always accompany that with a review process, or more often than not anyway. And what this does then is it re-injects some sort of democratic participation back in, such that the Parliament can review the legislation. So as an example of that, I think the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Act in 2003 charged the Joint Committee with the task of reviewing the legislation. And this was a coalition government at the time and opposition joined together. They published information about the review. They prepared a background paper detailing some of the issues that would be discussed, issued a call for submissions, and held various meetings with witnesses from academia, government, independent agencies. And so while the end result of that was that the Joint Committee concluded that the powers should remain in force, they did issue various recommendations, some of which were subsequently adopted. So I think sunset clauses thus give the government the power and flexibility to help to respond to the crisis, but at the same time they can serve to limit externalities that can flow from emergency legislation. And therefore, Section 89 of the Coronavirus Act, for example, includes a sunset clause that the legislation will end after 2 years. And we see similar examples in Germany, Scotland, Ireland, Australian states and Singapore as examples. So that's the theory, but I also think that it's necessary that we adopt a degree of skepticism when we think about sunset clauses and approach them with caution for a number of reasons. Firstly, sunset clauses can be used politically to get contentious pieces of legislation through. So a phrase that's often used is a spoonful of sugar helps emergency legislation go down. So as an example of this, in the US, Bush's tax cut of 2001 was to come to an end in 2010. No sooner had it been passed into law that Republican backers then launched a preemptive strike criticising sunset clause and ultimately removing it. So they can be used simply to get legislation passed without having any real intention of them coming into effect. And this leads on to a second point, that emergency legislation often remains in effect long after the sunset clause is supposed to end. So for instance, in 2010, John Finn, in his international study, concluded that the expiry of anti-terrorism legislation is extremely rare. If we think about the Patriot Act in the US, significant portions of that law are still in effect today. Similarly, in the UK, the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2005 was renewed periodically until 2011. Thirdly, review processes notwithstanding, there are no guarantee that the review itself will be effective. So, for instance, in 2003, the debate in the House of Lords as to whether to renew parts of the Anti-Terrorism, Crime and Security Act of 2001, only 4 Lords spoke. Only 13 MPs attended the first debate in 2006 on whether to renew the Prevention of Terrorism Act. So just because there's a review process there in legislation doesn't mean that it will have any effect. And often the period of time between review processes is too long. So for instance, even with the 6-month review in the UK under Section 98, I mean, if we consider the extent of powers that are passed, arguably that's simply too long. So I think that while there are certainly benefits associated with sunset clauses, we should approach them with caution and we should be sceptical. And so what is the point of this skepticism? Well, I think it can inform how we approach the review process. And there's a number of questions that that we can ask. And this ties in really with the idea of post-legislative scrutiny and some of the excellent work that Franklin and the Institute of Government has done. So we should be asking, who is reviewing the legislation? Is it Parliament, government departments? Who is being invited to participate? So human rights groups, civil society, academia, who can bring research to the fore. What are they examining? Is it the technical aspects of the legislation, or are they evaluating the impact that the legislation has had, and the impact on who, what groups? To what extent are issues around gender, age, class being incorporated into the review process? Is it simply primary legislation that's being reviewed, or also secondary legislation, particularly in the context of the UK? I mean, there's been a swath of secondary legislation, over 200 pieces. And finally, to what extent are lessons from other places being incorporated in, and also the findings from various committees that have been set up to examine the impacts of COVID-19. So there are just a number of thoughts that I think should guide the review processes as and when they arrive. But to conclude, sunset clauses are extremely important to conserve a number of purposes and functions, but there are also limitations, and if we look at the context of terrorism, they are plain to see, and we should take these concerns and utilise them when thinking about the review process. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Sean. And I think looking at the overarching theme of the conference, you're probably leaning towards saying that COVID-19 measures have been a threat to democracy, but perhaps sunset clauses could be a way to mitigate some of that if used with caution. So thank you for your very interesting paper. It's my pleasure to welcome Andrea Cullen. I know it's a very late evening in Canberra at the moment, so thank you for staying up for us. Andrea is from the Legislative Assembly in Canberra, and she's a scholar there and works as a committee clerk. And she's written on various parliamentary topics, including independent politicians, why they matter in a parliamentary democracy, the art of speaking in Parliament, and civil society participation in the work of parliaments. And today, Andrea is presenting a paper on isolating Parliament and the people from budget scrutiny and oversight, suspending democratic practices in fight against COVID-19, presenting some case studies from Australian jurisdictions. So over to you, Andrea.
Thank you, Sophia, and I'd also like to thank our group, Rapporteur Victoria, our other conference participants, and my fellow panellists and presenters. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this global world. It is late evening in Australia, where I'm speaking from, as Sophia's mentioned, and I'm based in Canberra, and I'm joining you from Ngunnawal country, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And the word Canberra comes from a Ngunnawal word name called Canberra, and it means meeting place. And so it's quite appropriate for me to be speaking from Canberra, and fitting for me to be meeting with you all in this virtual conference. I'd also like to thank the Westminster Foundation for Democracy and the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies for proposing and bringing to life this virtual conference today. My paper seeks to explore the important conference theme through the lens of Parliament's power over the public purse, using some case studies from Australian jurisdictions. In the overview of my paper today, I'm going to cover two sections. Firstly, looking at the analytical context of my research, and secondly, talking about the case study analysis. So turning to the analytical context, I'm going to talk about two aspects. And the first one of those is why a Parliament's power over the public purse is a useful research focus to assess a Parliament's strength during a time of crisis. And then secondly, in the analytical context, I'm going to talk about the methodology used in the case studies to assess a Parliament's strength over the public purse. So why is a Parliament's power over the public purse a useful research focus to assess a Parliament's strength during a time of crisis? As I'm sure all of you will know, the power over the public purse is one of the three seminal legislative powers now enshrined in constitutions across the world, and which can be traced back to the results of England's glorious revolution in 1688. Political scientist Gary Cox suggests that both the substantive and methodological basis on which to measure Parliament's power should be about the focus on the Parliament's power over the purse. According to Cox, if that power fails, the others will likely be illusory. Given this, it could be argued that the most important piece of legislation passed each year is a jurisdiction's annual budget. The government is responsible for preparing the budget. The primary role of the Parliament is to review and amend the budget, and the government must respond to the Parliament's suggested amendments. This forms the budget estimates cycle. A Parliament's role in scrutiny and oversight of the annual budget estimate cycle thus encapsulates the three primary functions common to parliaments in democracies: lawmaking, representation and oversight. So turning to the second aspect of my analytical context, the methodology used in the case studies to assess the Parliament's power of the public purse. Parliamentary decision making as it relates to scrutiny and oversight of the annual budget estimates in my paper is assessed using two aspects of political activity, namely the notion of a debating or deliberative parliament, which has been advanced. This concept has been advanced by Finnish academic Kari Palonen, and a key aspect of Palonen's concept here is not so much about the debate itself, but it's the moving and discussing of amendments to the debate that is the most is the powerful tool. The second aspect of political activity that I use in my case studies to assess parliamentary decision making are the different modes of interaction between the executive and the Parliament. And I'm sure all of you will know that it was political scientist Anthony King that put forward that concept of the different modes through which competing actors can interact to challenge and hold the executive to account. And there are 5 modes there that King put forward, and each of those vary in their strength or ability to hold the executive to account. So moving on to my case studies context, I'm going to give a little bit of background to the case studies, and then I'm going to talk about some observations and findings from my case studies. So you'll get a little bit of history and background on Australia. So I might remind you of some things you might already know, or you might learn something new, or I might get you to look at something in a different perspective. So in Australia, federally, the Commonwealth of Australia and in its 6 states and 2 territories, all jurisdictions have delayed presentation of their annual budget legislation and estimates processes due to the pressing nature of the challenges presented by the COVID-19 climate. The decision to defer budgets was informed by the National Cabinet's agreement that putting budgets together at this time with the great uncertainty that exists is not something that any Commonwealth or state government should be doing. The federal government of Australia has deferred its budget, which was due in mid-May, to the 6th of October this year. All other Australian jurisdictions have deferred their budgets until after presentation of the federal government's budget. Whilst all Australian jurisdictions have passed legislation to ensure that public services and the functions of government can continue throughout this emergency period until their respective budgets have been handed down, 3 jurisdictions, the Northern Territory, the Australian Capital Territory and Queensland, are holding elections in 2020. Since writing my paper, the Northern Territory has since held its election on the 21st of August. In each of those jurisdictions holding elections or having held elections, the introduction of their respective budget bills will be further delayed until after the election has been held and a government is formed. In the absence of a budget and forward estimates, voters will or went to the polls, in the case of the Northern Territory in August, with limited information on the financial position of their respective jurisdictions, which some argue gives the incumbent government an unfair advantage over its opponents and sets a worrying precedent for governments elsewhere in the country. So to assess whether suspending cornerstone budget scrutiny and oversight practices in the fight against COVID-19, whether that could be regarded as an expansion of authority of the executive, or is it a functional necessity in the current climate? For each of the 3 Australian jurisdictions going to the polls in 2020, my paper presents an analysis looking at 2 aspects. Firstly, the extent to which the respective parliament, due to the deferral of their 2020-21 budget, was involved in decision making to provide for supply in the interim to ensure the proper functioning of government service delivery obligations and programs. And secondly, in the absence of a budget and estimates process, the adequacy of the information released prior to each election in providing the people, voters, that's the voters, with a full picture of the financial position of the respective jurisdiction. So then now, what I'm going to do now is talk about some observations from the case studies in terms of those two aspects. So the first aspect that I'm talking about, the extent to which the respective parliament, due to the deferral of its 2021 budget, which is the role of the parliament, where people look to the parliament between elections to hold the executive to account. So firstly, in the three case studies, the respective governments each deferred their annual budgets due to the COVID-19 crisis and enacted temporary extraordinary measures to provide for interim supply until their respective budgets were brought down. In the three cases, analysis of the extent to which the Parliament was involved in the decision-making to provide for the interim supply, the case studies showed that the respective parliaments were each isolated to various degrees from fully scrutinising the introduction of these measures. The main measures used for isolating the parliaments were limiting time available for debate and scrutiny of the supply bills, and this was achieved by declaring consideration of the supply bills as urgent, which means that they can take precedence over other procedural requirements such as the referral of the bills to standing committees for further scrutiny and debate. And declaring a bill urgent also in many cases can allocate a time limit order for the debate, so it guillotines it. Importantly, in each of the case studies, when considering the respective supply bills, the opposition and other non-government members all supported the supply measures and their respective urgency re the need for the measures to be approved. But a common theme of comments in the debate was that the urgent nature did not necessitate a curtailing of the time for debate and scrutiny. Several members participating in the debate noted that they were happy to sit all night to provide more time for debate and scrutiny. So using Pallinen's concept of deliberative parliamentary politics, in practice these measures curtailed political action to move and debate amendments to the bills in all but one jurisdiction. And in the one jurisdiction where amendments were moved, it occurred in the ACT. So amendments were moved by the opposition to the original motion, along with secondary amendments to primary amendments. So this opportunity for debate opened up a new debate on the merits or otherwise of the amendments that were moved. Whilst neither of the opposition's proposed amendments were passed, the strength of the political activity in that case was not just about the moving of amendments, but the subsequent debate on those amendments. An analysis of the modes of interaction between the executive and the parliament during debate in each of the three case studies clearly showed that the dominant mode of interaction challenging the executive was oppositional. The opposition mode, whilst the classic form of parliamentary conflict, where the government has a partisan majority in the chamber, it has little to fear from this mode. And in the case of each of these the case studies, the three parliaments involved in the case studies, there was the executive, two were executive governments and one was a coalition government, so they essentially had the numbers on the floor. However, in the jurisdiction where the opportunity for debate was opened up by a consideration of amendments, which is in the case of the ACT, while the government had the numbers, the opportunity for new debate on a question put by the opposition can still be a powerful agenda setter or opinion former through that debate process. So the second aspect that my paper looked at in terms of the case studies was to look at, given those three jurisdictions where one has already held its election and there are two more to come, was to look at the extent to which information was available for scrutiny by the voters, so by the people. So as it concerns the adequacy of information released prior to each election, if voters don't have a full picture of the financial position, it makes it difficult for voters to make an informed decision at election time. And voters expect to have a reasonable amount of information on the state of a jurisdiction's budget to help them inform their vote. So in two of the case studies, the respective governments committed to providing some form of financial forecast before polling day, such as via a fiscal and economic review or update, and then later in the form of a pre-election budget update, which in the three jurisdictions concerned in the case studies, all of those requirements were required by electoral legislation. And so the pre-election fiscal update was mandated by legislation, and then also two of the jurisdictions agreed to provide a pre-budget update at a certain point in time. So when one jurisdiction removed they amended the relevant act to remove the requirement to provide a pre-election fiscal update, which was debated cognately with the supply bills, and that got quite a bit of debate in the chamber about combining the two bills, and then in addition to removing that requirement to provide that important information for the voters. So the introduction of extraordinary measures during a crisis to limit the availability of financial information to voters, such as those illustrated in the one case study I was talking about that removed the requirement to provide a pre-election fiscal update, means that it does not permit proper scrutiny of a government's performance by voters, and it could also be argued provides an incumbent government with an unfair advantage over its opponents during an election and sets a dangerous precedent. So in concluding, I want to take you back 138 years to the period in 1882 when reforms to improving how the UK House of Commons scrutinised supply were being considered. At that time, the then assistant clerk, a gentleman by the name of Archibald Milman, noted that the success of the reforms to strengthen the Commons' control over public expenditure intersected with the ability of the Commons to control time in the House. And as I noted earlier, one of the key tools used to isolate Parliament's scrutiny of the supply bills in my three case studies was to restrict the availability of time for debate and scrutiny. So in a paper on Archibald Milman and the failure of supply reform in 1882 to 1888, that period, Colin Lee states, supply was integral to another great preoccupation of late Victorian politics, namely the misuse of what Milman termed that precious commodity, imperial time. So 138 years later in 2020, as the three case studies in my paper highlight, the main measures used for isolating respective parliaments from consideration of their respective interim supply bills was limiting time available for debate and scrutiny of the supply bills. Even in a crisis, the relationship between a parliament's power over the public purse and control over time remains as relevant today as it did in the Victorian era. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. That was absolutely fascinating. And I noticed the crossover with Emiliano's presentation as well on the concept of uncertainty and the way parliaments have used that. Thank you all. Thank you very much to our panellists. We're now moving into our question and answer session for the next 10 minutes or so. And we have received some questions as the presenters have been speaking. But I do encourage any of you who do have questions along the way, please refer down to the Q&A function of your screen, and that's where you can type some questions below. I might start with a question for Andrea, actually, and it's a question from one of our audience members who says, do you think the time has come to embrace new technologies to enable more direct forms of citizen engagement with budgetary processes? So, for example, citizens' juries, etc., to help inform budgetary decisions. A range of apps have been developed in Brazil, for example, to help facilitate this type of direct participation in budget planning. So does the COVID-19 pandemic perhaps expose the limits of the conventional budget scrutiny processes? Oh, I think you're.
Thank you, Sophia. Thanks for the question. That's an interesting question. I think in terms of citizens' juries is often an interesting concept in terms of Westminster style democracies, in terms of it being an effective way of providing the linkages with our elected representatives. So it would be finding a useful way to feed in the contributions of citizens' juries through to the elected representatives. So I think that's important to have that link and the difference between deliberative and representative democracy. I guess I would see in a Westminster democracy using parliamentary committees probably in more. I'd be leaning to that in terms of the links the accountability to the representatives. As I mean, citizens' juries are an interesting concept, and I guess as the person who asked me the question, in times like crisis, possibly trying innovative ways to have contributions outside the mainstream for scrutiny and oversight would be useful. So I'm happy to hear that would be my view. So if that helps, thanks.
Thanks, Andrea, and I'm sure our questioner will pop back in if they have further to add on that. Thank you for that. The next for Sean, Sean, the question is saying that they had a really interesting experience in Australia with different approaches to sunset clauses and emergency management legislation taken by different states. So, for example, in South Australia, there are no limits on rolling declarations of emergency powers of this big rights concerns there, but in Victoria there are more conventional sunset clauses. This provoked quite an intense debate across Australia about the differences, and so the question is, do sunset clauses perhaps play a normative role in the social contract sense, even if legally they might not be very effective for all the good reasons that you've documented?
Yes, I think they do, in the sense that they signal to the citizens that these are only temporary measures. But I think in the case of the UK, I mean, it's the sunset clause is after 2 years, and so that doesn't have much bearing on people who are concerned about deprivations of their liberties now. And I think it sort of goes to the point of my overall paper, in that we often see sunset clause and we think, oh, that's a good thing. But if the consequences of the sunset clause are basically useless, in the sense that they're not really reviewed, they're not really debated under the review process, then I would say that the longer term impacts on the social contract are catastrophic. So I think, I mean, it's an interesting question in the sense that start to think about the relationship between how citizens interpret sunset clauses, and in a sense, yes, they are useful in the immediate idea of a social contract, but longer term, I think when they're not reviewed properly, that this can have catastrophic impacts.
Thanks, Sean, for that. I might just ask Samantha if she wanted to add anything there from her perspective as well. I don't know if Samantha's still online. Oh, yes, great. Samantha, anything you wanted to add there just on that question? I think you might be on. I'll just see if I can unmute. I'm not sure if our host might be able to help you with the unmuting there. Okay, well, we're helping Samantha out there. There's another question for Sean there as well. Sean, do you think there might be a sort of behind-the-scenes impact of the review process prompted by sunset clauses? So, for example, policymakers and submission makers and researchers get a sort of second chance to present evidence about matters such as legitimacy, proportionality, and effectiveness. This forum could be beneficial for long-term change, even if short-term changes are relatively modest.
Yeah, I suspect there will be, but it's worth adding that the UK is strange in some senses. So we had this immediate legislation, the Civil Contingencies Act, then the Coronavirus Act was passed in March, but then most of the most onerous delegated legislation has actually come from a completely different piece of legislation in the Health Act of 1984, and there is no sunset clause in that enabling legislation which allows for a review of the delegated legislation. So when we're talking about impacts on human rights, and particularly the lockdown, we're actually talking about this completely different piece of legislation and different delegated legislation which isn't subject to the same sunset clauses. To a sunset clause. So I suspect that there will be some review process, but it mightn't necessarily touch on these most significant breaches of human rights or impacts on human rights.
Great, thank you for that. I'll just check if Samantha's back on or if her tech issues might still be playing up. Okay, no worries, that might just be a tech issue there. Emiliano, I just wanted to bring you in there and see if you wanted to comment on any of the questions as well. Nope, okay, brilliant. I'm looking at the clock and I'm looking at the questions. I think for us in terms of questions, I want to really very much express my appreciation to all of our panelists. Thank you so much for your fascinating papers. They will be shared more widely in a publication later on, but I think they'll be available online. We've been live on Twitter at WFD_democracy and also at IALS and hashtag COVID democracy. So there might be some comments online there for our various panelists if they wanted to have a look later. In terms of what happens next, we're taking a break. This will be our lunch break. In a normal world, we'll have a chance to network, but we'll disappear into our various homes, I'm sure, at the minute, wherever we are, and then come back on at 2:30. The group, again, it's a similar scenario where those that are interested in attending the session on operating between democratic fragility and special powers will stay in this room here, so on this link. So please don't close out of your sessions, and if you do, go back to your original link that you had to join us. And if you wanted to join the group on between democratic oversight and democratic backsliding, very interesting topic, the chat, there's a link on the chat group at the moment there, and that's where you'll need to click in with the password. Otherwise, this room will remain live, so we will just come up with a screen holder, so don't feel the need to leave the room. Just hang on, and then we'll be back at in an hour time at 2:30 UK time. So thank you very much again to our panelists, and thank you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, if you can all hear me, we should start. Maria, can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Okay, brilliant. And the one person we have not tested is Professor Stamhuis. Can we check your microphone, please? Can you hear me? Okay, brilliant. Okay, so let's start. This is the second breakout group, and this is the breakout group on country case studies. And we have a number of experts. We'll start with Daniel Greenberg. Daniel Greenberg is formerly a counsel for domestic legislation in the House of Commons. After a very long and illustrious career as a legislative drafter, Daniel is still one of the best legislative drafters in the UK. He was working for many years at the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. We then have Mariana Opasinova-Sandowska, who for many, many years has been working for the Parliament of North Macedonia. She is also at the American University in Skopje. We have Professor Evert Stamhuis and Lian van Kalkel, both from Erasmus University in Rotterdam, and of course David Thurlby, who is senior expert with responsibility for Southeast Asia, working for the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. I think, Daniel, you are the first to take the floor. So if you're ready, oh, I see you've unmuted yourself. For the rest, just mute your microphones, and that should be it. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you, pastors, and good afternoon, everybody. As was said before, one thing we lose by these virtual conferences is the opportunity to talk in the margins, but we certainly get interesting glimpses into different people's houses and homes around the world. So we gain something if we lose something else. Around 5 years ago, I wrote an article called Dangerous Trends in Modern Legislation. And one of the dangerous trends that I identified in that was the increasing use of quasi-legislation, guidance and codes. And I described an explosion of quasi-legislative powers in the United Kingdom, and I explained how the government was using it as a second bite at the cherry. First you legislate, and then you issue guidance to say what you rather wish you had legislated for. And the courts are trying, but not always entirely successfully, to hold that wave back and under control. In the course of the UK government's response to the coronavirus public health crisis, there has been a massive acceleration in the use of guidance, but more troublingly, a deliberate confusion about the relationship between the guidelines as they supplement or indeed substitute for, in some cases, formal legislation. In the context of today's conference, I think it is very important to focus on the threat to the rule of law posed by the exigencies of emergency legislation. But in the United Kingdom at least, I think it's even more important to acknowledge that this is not some kind of an anomalous incident attributable to the pandemic, but it is actually an exacerbation, and I believe a deliberate exacerbation, of a trend which I identified as a serious and urgent cause of concern 5 years ago, amounting to the systematic dismantling of the separation of powers between the legislature and the executive. I wish to give you 3 very brief case studies. Obviously, you don't want me to go through them in any detail now, because I don't have time, but we do set them out in some detail in my paper. Local restrictions in the north of England is an example of 4 problems. Restrictions being described as applying and having legal effect without any law having been made, and unclear messages from the government with expressions including "you shall" and "you must" being juxtaposed to assertions that the government will pass new laws, clear but simply incorrect messages from local authorities that the government's voluntary guidance has the force of law, and the simple assumption by ministers of their right to issue guidance to citizens as to what they should and should not do in their daily lives without any delegation of that power by Parliament. So on the 30th of July, at 9:16 in the evening, the Secretary of State for Health was tweeting that from midnight tonight, people will not be allowed to meet each other indoors in these areas. 31st of July, the next day, Department of Health and Social Care tweets, new restrictions on gathering have been introduced. Households must not invite each other to their homes. A range of following announcements, which I detail in my paper. 31st of July, the Prime Minister. Last night, the Health Secretary announced new restrictions, and then the police picked this up, of course. And 31st of July, the Derbyshire Constabulary announced yesterday new restrictions were introduced. But it was not until the 4th of August that the law was finally made in the form of the statutory instrument. The regulations were published, and they were only laid before Parliament at 12:30 p.m. on the 4th of August and came into force on the 5th of August, despite the government having been announcing them as law for some 5 days. And clearly, the details already existed. The government was announcing the details, so there was no reason not to promulgate. Very quickly, case study 2, the general lockdown, 23rd of March. Prime Minister announced, from this evening, I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home. Now, the instruction was said to imply from the evening of the 23rd of March. The legislation actually came to force on the 26th of March. Secretary of State on the 30th of April made a speech stressing the importance of staying at home and saying, so I end with the advice we all know. This advice is not a request, it is an instruction. Well, it wasn't an instruction, it wasn't a lawful instruction at that point, it was indeed a request. Case study 3, the Leicester regulations. You might think that a single city would be able to achieve a more tightly focused collaboration between different layers of central and local government. 29th of June, Secretary of State statement in Parliament. We have made some difficult but important decisions. We have decided that from tomorrow, non-essential retail will have to close, so on and so forth. 29th of June, Secretary of State gives an interview to Sky News and says, we will take further action, including putting in place laws if that's necessary, but I very much hope it won't be, implying you already have to comply with the guidance we've given you, and we'll only make law if we have to, if we actually find that you're not complying with our instructions. So, of course, Leicester City Council, 29th of June, says people in Leicester are to be asked to continue to follow stricter lockdown restrictions. The changes will require new legislation to be drafted before they can be implemented. Massively mixed message. You're being asked, but shops will have to close, and the changes will require legislation to be implemented. Very, very unclear. Leicestershire Police retweets it, and then the leader of Cumbria County Council on 29th of June tweets, in response to the post by Leicester City Council, are you able to say who took this decision? That's the local authority asking what decision has been taken by whom and what status does it have? And not until the 3rd of July are regulations made. General lessons to be learnt, I set out in my paper. I think, as I say there, the government appears almost to amount to deliberately avoiding clear and certain approach of making law and to prefer the informal and less clear approach. I want to skip, however, I want to use the last 4 minutes that I have to leave the general lessons and to skip to something very specific. I am not against the use of quasi-legislation or guidance. On the contrary, I generally, when I'm lecturing policymakers and stakeholder organizations, I draw a distinction between hard letter law and soft letter law, and I say if you're trying to control, you use hard letter law. If you're trying to influence, you use soft letter law. And it is very often much more effective to try to influence than it is to try to control. Control through legislation inevitably creates an avoidance desire, an avoidance industry. And if you want to avoid the unedifying cat and mouse chase with the law widening its net beyond the original policy intention, very often quasi-legislation as a tool of influence changes practice within a sector far faster than could be achieved through a system of hard letter control. So I'm totally in favour of the increasing use of quasi-legislation. But if it is going to be used more, in order for transparency and accountability objectives of the rule of law to be observed, the growth of quasi-legislation must conform to some conditions. Transparency, accountability, and accessibility must be coded into the system in the same way as they have since the Donnemore Report in 1932 for subordinate legislation. And I make the following recommendations in my paper, the following 8 specific recommendations, which I will go through very fast. Number 1, the Registrar of Statutory Instruments needs to become the Registrar of Subordinate Legislation and Quasi-Legislation. Number 2, every piece of guidance or other quasi-legislation issued by government, whether under statute or voluntarily, needs to be given a unique identifier in the form of a registration number, as we do for legislation, and needs to be published both in hard copy form and on a freely available website, as is presently done for subordinate legislation. 3, apart from making original copy versions of instruments available, amendments and replacements must be separately identified, registered, and published, as is done for subordinate legislation. This deals with the problem of versioning, where the public cannot access the guidance and don't know which version applies or did apply at a particular time, and the present impossibility of establishing what guidance applies when and to whom. 4, amendment or replacement versions need to be dealt with in straightforward text and amendment or revocation provisions, trackable through the unique identifiers. 5, every item of quasi-legislation, as for subordinate legislation, must open with a citation clause establishing a unique and descriptive title, followed by an application clause setting out territorial and other limitations on application, including sunset clauses where relevant. 6, again, as for subordinate legislation, quasi-legislation must have a formal preamble, so the public knows whether powers are being relied on to issue the guidance or whether it is purely voluntary, and it must be cast in a, not necessarily in a formulaic fashion as the statutory instruments, but it must show what the powers are and what the corresponding duty is. Is it a have regard duty or something more? 7, the text of every piece, Costas, I'm very nearly finished. I'll be finished within your 2 minutes, I think. 7, the text of every piece of quasi-legislation must have a signature block, by virtue of which an identifiable minister or public servant becomes responsible for its authenticity, legality, and text, as for subordinate legislation. And finally, it would be good practice for quasi-legislation to state whether it's based on consultation, because the legal effect of quasi-legislation often depends on whether it is evidence of good practice, and that depends on whether it has been based on consultation. In finish, I will say that simply that if the rule of law is to survive the present public health emergency, ministers need to recognise that they have fallen into collective bad habits, which, however excusable or at least understandable, having regard to the severity and speed of the present public health emergency, are significant dents in the fabric of the rule of law, and it is urgent that they should now address the rule of law issues and introduce changes along the lines of my recommendations to ensure that the irreversible wave of quasi-legislation is contained within a system designed to ensure transparency, accountability, and accessibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I'm sure you'll have an awful lot of questions about this. Our next speaker, Mariana Pashinova-Sundakova, will talk to us about the case of North Macedonia. Mariana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished professors, dear experts, dear colleagues, dear audience online. I am delighted to be able to take part at the conference in times when the world is facing the unprecedented outbreak and spread of COVID-19 economy and on our everyday life. These are the times also in which national parliaments have been forced either to change their standard work of mode or transfer their constitutional competencies to the executive by declaring state of emergency. The crisis brought to the surface the justified fears that autocrats around the world may abuse the situation and introduce measures that fit their own benefit. We have witnessed, instead of war against COVID-19, a war against freedom of democracy, fake news, executive primacy, curbed oversight function of national parliaments, questionable medical public procurements, and international law derogations. Liberal democracies were also not immune to some of them. This new world order, as I called it, COVIDism, proved to be more dangerous in the long run than the virus who took thousands of lives and infected millions of people worldwide. My country was among the states which derogated from the Convention for Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms on the entire territory of the state, temporarily suspending primary, secondary, and university classroom education and replacing it with distance learning. It restricted public gatherings, events, and conferences, suspended air travel, introduced isolation measures, state-organized quarantine for citizens entering the country, and also banned or introduced special regimes of movement. Measures proved to be not as effective as they planned, since the number of affected persons was, despite all of that, constantly rising every day and is still rising even today. Why is the case of the Republic of North Macedonia in emergency situation unique in many ways? We have gained independence in 1991, we have faced an ethnic conflict in 2001, and a major political crisis several years ago. All these processes brought changes in our political system that showed some flaws during the pandemic. At the outbreak of the virus, our country was preparing to hold early parliamentary elections on 15th of April. The parliament dissolved in February, 60 days before the election day, and previously elected the so-called technical government, which with the sole mandate to organize parliamentary elections. So we actually found ourselves with a dissolved parliament and a government with limited powers. Now let us see what the Constitution says about the emergency situation. It's not precise regarding the notion of epidemics and emergency situation in that way that it implies that each epidemic may lead to establishment of an emergency situation, which is not always the case. Furthermore, it stipulates that the emergency is determined by the parliament with 2/3 of majority, with a maximum duration of 30 days without possibility for extension. In case the parliament cannot convene, the decision can be taken by the state president, but he or she is obliged to submit it to the parliament for approval once the parliament convenes. To ensure oversight, the Constitution envisages that the Parliament is in permanent session and the term of office of MPs can be extended during state of war of emergency. Also, according to the law on election of MPs, the mandate of parliamentarian lasts until the verification of mandates in the new parliamentary composition. However, political turmoil occurred when the President of the Parliament refused to reconvene the dissolved Parliament in order to determine an emergency situation, with an explanation that MPs have already returned their mandate to the citizens and the Parliament cannot reconvene. After days of political ping-pong, the state president decided to sign the decision to establish state of emergency on a proposal by the government and had to extend it 2 times, once for 30 days and the 3rd time for another 80 days, and to proclaim termination of it before the election date. What is the problem here? None of these actions were in full accordance with the Constitution, meaning that state institutions had to deal in real time during emergency situation that was proclaimed for the first time since our independence. The gaps also appeared when the government overtook the role of a legislator. According to the Constitution, it has the authority to do so, but only after it receives parliamentary consent, which was not the case. The decrees adopted by the end of the emergency situation reached more than 200. They were adopted in a super-fast procedure without any check or oversight and published directly in the official journal of our country. Some of the decrees failed to respect the principle of proportionality and necessity in times of pandemics, and I will try to outline a few of them. First, the decree of the government to cut down salaries of publicly elected officials, including judges and prosecutors, in order to save some money in the budget for the crisis, was immediately annulled by the Constitutional Court with an explanation that the government went beyond its constitutional competence. In fact, the Constitutional Court in the past couple of months has been the only guardian of the Constitution during the pandemic, reviewing around half of the government-adopted decrees. Second, the government adopted a decree that stopped court procedures during emergency situation, except for those whose sentence execution may expire. This was seen as a direct interference in the judicial system and deprivation of citizens' rights for a fair trial in a reasonable time frame. The courts, on the other hand, respected the decision, justifying it due to non-existence of a separate law on state emergency in our system. Third, election of dozens of judges at the start of the pre-electoral period by the Judicial Council, an independent judicial body with a constitutional category, was troublesome in a way that there could be a political influence in the decisions, as part of the members of the council are elected by the parliament on a proposal by MPs and by the state president. And also the Minister of Justice is a member ex officio in the council as well. Fourth, the government decided to change medium representation time for the opposition right before election day, which provoked reaction by the biggest opposition party and which filed a report to the relevant institution for that. In normal times, this should be done as amendment to the electoral code, and this requires 2/3 majority in the parliament. At last, there were also several populistic decrees before election dates in as measure to obtain more votes for the elections. Public procurement of medical supplies, respiratory machines was also done in a fast procedure without any sufficient control, which inspired rumors for its legality and transparency. The elections were held on 15th of July, finally, and the new parliament has to review actions taken during the emergency situation. At the time being, the parliament is still struggling to elect its main bodies as a result of the shaky number of government coalition seats, which is 61 out of 120. And if this does not change in the meantime, it's on the edge of obtaining majority for decision making. It means that it will still have a very limited maneuver, and this will seriously put in question the pre-election reform programs, as well as the measures that need to be adopted and deal in real time with the pandemic, both in medical and economic terms. As a conclusion, my analysis has shown that if the state is able to cope with exceptional circumstances while respecting the rule of law, it will definitely pass the test for its democratic capacity. On the top of it, it showed that the functioning of parliaments is even more than needed like never before. The Republic of North Macedonia is expected to start negotiations for EU accession until the end of the year and gradually adopt the acquis communautaire. Maybe this comes in a proper timing to put this all in a package and overcome the legal ambiguities which are related to the state of emergency and help us set clearer rules for the competences of the parliament, the government, the state president, the constitutional court, the legal acts, their scope and duration, also regarding the functioning and the capacities of relevant institutions to deal with any other future pandemic. But first and foremost, the parliament has to amend its rules of procedure and enable MPs to work on distance. Thank you for your attention, and you can find more details about this in my paper.
Can you hear me? Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariana. Very interesting. The third paper comes from the Netherlands. Professor Stamhuis and Lian van Kalken, who both work for the University of Rotterdam, are going to present a very interesting paper on digital equals public, assembly meetings under a lockdown regime. So I pass the a microphone to you. Don't forget to unmute yourselves, please.
Thank you, Konstantin. I hope you can hear me. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liana van Kalken. I teach and research constitutional law at the Westminster School of Law in Rotterdam, and I'm also a practitioner in local democracy. I wrote this paper together with Professor Evert Stamhuis, who has a research focus on topics of digitalization and the interaction of new technologies with laws and practices in the public domain. Today, I will be presenting our paper to you. Professor Stamhuis will respond later in the Q&A. And we would like to thank the organization of this conference for the opportunity to present our work. In this paper, we examine the emergency legislation for local democracy in the Netherlands. In response to the coronavirus pandemic, also in the Netherlands, the emergency law for digital meetings for local democracy was enacted. At the same time, the Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations set up an evaluation committee. This committee is created to monitor and evaluate how local and provincial governments work with the temporary legislation. The case we study in this paper is the design and structure of the legislation and the evaluation of the legislation in the Netherlands. The purpose of the legislation is to create possibilities for local representatives in the context of the lockdown in response to the coronavirus pandemic. From our analysis of the characteristics of the legislation and the effects on the political work of the representatives, we draw more general lessons about the effects of this legislation for local democracy. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. In the second section, we describe the content of the temporary act. The Dutch legislator gave high priority to the continuation of deliberation and decision-making of the assemblies of elected representatives. The bodies under the act are the 355 municipalities, the 12 provinces, the special bodies for the 3 small islands in the Caribbean that do not have autonomous status, Bonaire, Sint Eustatius and Saba, and the 22 water authorities, in Dutch called waterschap. They are a product of recognized functional decentralization with deep roots in Dutch history. The statutory publicity requirement can be fulfilled according to the Act, when the meeting in a digital environment can be followed by the population real-time but remotely. That is by way of live video connecting. Minimum requirements for a digital meeting to qualify as such are the following. First of all, every member has access to deliberation and voting. Secondly, every member's identity is visibly and audibly verifiable by the chairperson, the co-members and the public. And finally, the chairperson is capable of maintaining order on the floor and of deciding on the sequences of the voting items. The Act arranges for immediate entry into force after publication of the Act and for a fixed end of force on September 1, 2020. That fixed end can, according to the second sentence of Article 7.1, be postponed by way of royal decree, each time for a maximum period of 2 months. The Act thus carries a sunset clause in order to express the temporary nature of the whole arrangement. A royal decree is a decision given by the government and signed by the monarch. In the Dutch legal tier system, it is ranked between the decision of an individual minister and the decrees that require involvement of parliament. In order to remain within the technocratic usage of time limits, a reference to the pandemic in the arrangement for postponement and an inclusion of the discussion of the evaluation reports in Parliament by way of a procedural provision would have been consistent. However, the Act, Article 7.1, neither contains any criterion for the decision to postpone the fixed end, nor a procedural requirement to involve Parliament in the decision and discuss the reports of the Evaluation Committee in Parliament before an extension is decided. This blank competency allows for the extraordinary provision to still be in force long after the current crisis is overcome, without parliamentary consent. It may turn out that nothing is as permanent as this temporary measure. We point at an important safeguard. A fortunate counterbalancing mechanism against this shortcoming is found in the fact that the relevant assemblies are independent as to whether and for how long they use the exceptional digital platform. We are not certain how this will play out in future practice. Next slide, please. In the third section, we describe the results of the 2 reports of the Evaluation Committee. The first report focused on the facts and figures regarding the use of the Temporary Act by the local governments. In the majority of the municipalities, provinces and water authorities, digital meetings took place by mid-May. There have been no digital meetings conducted by the island councils in the Caribbean in April and May. In 2/3 of the municipalities, decisions have been made during the digital council meetings. This number is higher, 3/4 in the provinces and water authorities. When we summarize the results, we can conclude that there is a positive response in the field. The statement, "It works, but it's not ideal," sums up the opinion of the clerks. It is found a good alternative during this corona pandemic, but there are all sorts of disadvantages. Representatives miss the contact and interaction that are normally there during physical meetings. Debating is more difficult, and the digital meetings are experienced as more intense and tiring. Managing and guiding the digital meetings is difficult for most chairpersons, especially when technology is ailing or failing. In the second report, the Evaluation Committee discussed also the impact of the use of the Temporary Act on relations relevant for the political process. According to the second report, it is now clear that the representatives themselves experience considerable limitations in their role as a councillor, where they want to fulfill their threefold constitutional functions. The threefold constitutional functions are 1. Setting the framework for the administration, 2. Controlling that administration, and 3. Representing the people. The Act makes it possible for the representatives to deliberate and to make decisions in local democracy, but that does not equal democracy for its entirety. The committee encountered a level of frustration with elected representatives about the limitations of the digitalization for their wider interaction with their local communities. However, it would be too short-sighted to blame digital conferencing for this. The lack of contact with the supporters is not primarily a result of digital meetings, but more of the corona crisis and the crisis measures in general. The threat to local democracy lies in the virus and not in this temporary act. Next slide, please. In the last section, we wrote some recommendations. We have shown in section 2 that the text of the act would not prevent the extension clause in the act, but it would effectively suspend a statute without mandatory parliamentary consent. We recommend by way of insertion in statute by parliamentary consent. An important aspect of local and regional democracy would be affected by such a course of action. It would be more consistent with the Dutch statutory rules for local and regional government to insert the desirable digital component in the relevant statutes, which would entail parliamentary consent. According to us, there should be an evaluation that is not driven by the crisis, but delves into the pros and cons of the shift from personal deliberations and decision-making before an audience to digitalization. Secondly, democracy is in COVID-19 circumstances more than just the exchange of substantive points of view and then voting in a digital meeting. We recommend the actors that are in the position to do so to communicate clearly about the limited ambitions of the digitalization in its present form. In addition, the other forms of interaction should be accommodated and incentivized to the extent possible while observing social distancing. We advise the platform Democracy in Action to act as a useful forum for exchange and development of good practices. The outcome of our paper shows us the following fact and fiction. Fact: the virus is a threat to local democracy in all its aspects. Fiction: digital instruments can repair this threat. A mix of fact and fiction can be found in the risk for the open debate when the exception is extended too long beyond the crisis and more or less abused by the majority to silence the opposition. I would like to thank you all for your attention, and if there are any questions, feel free to ask me in the Q&A.
Thank you very much. Yes, there already are questions on the Q&A. I can see them, you cannot. I will ask them after we have our final presentation by David Thirlby, who is going to talk to us about the case of Pakistan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, and first of all, thank you for this opportunity to present my paper on Pakistan's response to the pandemic. I would like to start by saying that I've looked at this very much from the prism of federal-provincial relationships in the country. Now, I think that the eruption of the pandemic is probably one of the biggest challenges to the political dispensation in Pakistan post-2008. In 2008, we see the two main political parties, the PPP and the PMLN, issue a Charter of Democracy, which was to state out what a democratic Pakistan would be like in the post-Musharraf era. Now, this was then encapsulated in the 18th Amendment to the Constitution, passed in 2010, and this is a very complex document, but I think the two most salient points are: one, it reverts Pakistan to a parliamentary form of government, both at the center in Islamabad and in the provinces, and at the same time, it devolves substantive powers to the 4 constituent provinces of Pakistan. And I think this is very important because I would argue that in Pakistan, there's a very strong association between democracy and provincial autonomy, as well as with democracy and parliamentary forms of government. And if we look at Pakistan's political history, the various military interventions have all led to a constraint of provincial powers, and at the same time have led to executive presidencies. So I think this is very important to note why this constitutional amendment was so important, because it's really about bringing Pakistan as a parliamentary federal democracy. So when the pandemic erupts in 2020, the 4 provinces who have the mandate to support and protect in terms of health, all of the 4 provinces issue ordinances. However, very early on, we see that there's a disjuncture between the center in Islamabad and in particular the province of Sindh, who take a slightly different view to the lockdown measures. The center in Islamabad is arguing for looser lockdown measures to safeguard the economy, whereas Sindh, the province of Sindh, which capital is Karachi and is the commercial capital of Pakistan, is arguing for much tighter lockdown in regard to securing the health of the state. And I think, as has been discussed earlier today, these tensions between the province, between the health and the economy and safeguarding the economy, is something that we have seen in other countries as well. But what I think is particularly interesting in Pakistan is that it's not surprising that the province of Sindh takes a different approach to the government in Islamabad, because it is the only province which is in the opposition, and it has a very different political history to Pakistan, the rest of Pakistan. But what does happen is that the Supreme Court under suo motu in the end of April issues suo motu. It means it brings this case out of its own volition, brings the case to and urges all provinces to adhere to a national policy to fight the pandemic. So here we see that the Sindh government retracts and follows the federation. So does this mean that the power has tilted more to the federation? Well, I don't think this is necessarily the case, because the timing of the pandemic in Pakistan is also particularly significant. First of all, this is the first PTI government. It came into power in 2018, and Imran Khan comes on a platform to break the status quo. It comes on a platform to support what they call in Pakistan the common man, the common person. It's really about fighting the duality, breaking that duality between the PPP and the PMLN. So we have a new government that wants to take a new approach to handling the things. Secondly, what I think is also important, the timing, is that in 2020, there had only been one period of full autonomy within the provinces, the mandate 2013-2018. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution had been a very complex document, and there had been some challenges in its implementation. And I do think that the response of the provinces to the pandemic is in the eye of the citizen, highlighting what the responsibilities are between the province and the federal government. And finally, the particular timing of the pandemic, which I think is particularly relevant, is the economy. Even before the pandemic strikes in Pakistan, the country is suffering from an economic, there's an economic crisis, there's a balance of payment crisis, the countries are reaching out to the IMF. So this pandemic is going to make an economic situation, like in many other countries, even worse. But as I say, Pakistan was entering this in a very fragile economic environment. But I'd like to just revert a little bit and just discuss a little bit this concept of how in Pakistan there's the association between democracy and parliamentary forms of government. I think this is something that is worth thinking a little bit more. In Pakistan, when we made the parliamentary forms of government, actually a strong executive is usually the result of a parliamentary form of government. So even though power has been deconcentrated from the provinces, from the center to the provinces, or even from an executive president to a parliamentary form of government, we do actually see very strong executives. And for example, there's an anti-defection law whereby MPs can't vote against their party, but also political parties in Pakistan are highly centralized. So what I think is interesting is that all 4 provincial governments issue lockdown measures through ordinances. And these ordinances in themselves are based on primary legislation, which hasn't even been, which was constructed in the time of non-democratic environment. So, for example, when Sindh issued its ordinance against the lockdown, it was based on the 1897 Epidemic Disease Act. When we see the Punjab issue its ordinance, lockdown ordinance, is based on the 1898 Criminal Procedure Act. So these are, they're basing their ordinances on legislation which hasn't been debated or scrutinized in a democratic environment. But this is not new, perhaps echoing a little what Daniel was saying earlier today, this is not new in Pakistan. In fact, the use of ordinances in Pakistan has been growing, both within the, at the center and within the provinces. The other aspect which I think is interesting to note is what is the role of local government here? Now, local government, there is a paradox in Pakistan that when there has been military governments and presidential systems, there tends to be stronger local government. This is what an observer has called the paradoxical counter-cyclical pattern for local democracy. I would like to see, as we've followed from the lockdown measures to what has been termed smart lockdown measures in Pakistan, how is this going to impact the development of true local government in the country? Bearing in mind that when we're talking about provinces in Pakistan, you know, the Punjab has over 100 million people, Sindh has over 60 million people, and there is a very little local government underneath it. So I think that's something that I would like to see how this is, what is going to be the impact in the longer term. But going back to the parliamentary form of government, there's very little debate. There's been very little debate within the chambers on the measures that the governments have taken, and it's not surprising to see that a lot of this debate has been taken outside the chamber. But I do think that the one area, and I think this is really the biggest challenge to the post-2008 constitutional environment, is really the economic situation. Why? Because when the constitutional amendment was passed, there was also very specific provisions whereby the share of revenues to the provinces would be protected in future negotiation between the provinces and the federation. Now, this at the time may have seemed logical, bearing in mind the array of powers and mandate that the provinces were provided for. But however, within a constricted economic environment and the impact that the epidemic is going to have on top of already precarious situation is going to really challenge this. The Minister of Finance has already been noted to say that there isn't enough pots for the Federation to cover its considerable commitments, not just with military expenditure, but also on paying interest rates. And I think this is going to be the real challenge, is how the Federation is going to be able to manage to keep the constitutional provisions within the economic environment faltering. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andy, and thank you to all of you for sticking to the number of minutes. It's very rare that this happens, so thank you very much, all of you. I have questions for all of you. I will start with Daniel. Daniel, I have the following question. It's from Samantha Davey, who is from the University of Essex. She's teaching there. And she said how much she enjoyed your presentation. There is an issue about ensuring that the police councils and other public bodies have clarity and understand the distinction between law and guidance. The measures you have suggested would improve their understanding. Do you think this would flow through to the general public and be sufficient, or do you think other measures need to be taken, such as more education and or clear language in press conferences, etc.?
Yes, so I agree with what I take to be the implication of the second part of that question. Yes, indeed, there is a need to find effective ways of conveying legislative and quasi-legislative measures to the public. So I agree with that, but I would put two caveats on. First, we find in the United Kingdom, and I don't know what other people's experiences are, but we find in the United Kingdom that citizens are increasingly willing and able to look at the text of legislation and law for themselves and want the ability to see what the law actually is and not have it fed to them in a diluted form. Our official tens of thousands of hits today from and I think if the quasi-legislation were marshaled in the same way, we would find that citizens wanted to access it. But the second qualification, the second caveat is perhaps more important. We mustn't allow a new layer of quasi-legislation to develop so that under the guise of explaining the guidance, the government begins to have another way of telling people what they really ought to do. Because a lot of the guidance is presented as a way of explaining the law, but it becomes a way of supplementing the law or amplifying the law. And I would be concerned that the government shouldn't become just, okay, now we've got to have the guidance has to be in a tight focus with a unique identifier. So now we'll issue some random press notices and explanations that in effect give us another bite at the cherry. So I do agree, we do need more explanation, but we need to be a little bit careful.
Sorry, yes, and Daniel, you know that this has been going on for a few years now, where we focus on the gov.uk and the number of clicks that people make on legislation. In fact, even focusing on the next click after they've clicked on the law, where do they go next? And we try to extrapolate from this. I'm not sure, actually, that reading the law makes you anything other than the pub-wise guy that says, well, the law of the land says this, that, or the other. And in fact, they don't know how it has been interpreted by courts. They don't know a number of things. Sometimes they're not even sure about what it means because they haven't looked at the definitions and how these definitions have been interpreted by courts. So on the one hand, I'm with you. Yes, it's important for people to read it and understand it, but I do think that guidance is, without guidance, as I said, you're the pub-wise guy, and you can do this by Googling things.
I agree with that, but the problem should be less acute in relation to quasi-legislation, because it shouldn't be difficult to read it and say, right, a house is a house, and I can't have more than 10 people in my house. And guidance should be written in a way that ordinary people can understand what is being said about them.
Perhaps you can explain to us what a bubble is, then, which has become very fashionable. Thank you very much. I have a question for Mariana. Mariana, someone has simply asked, was the COVID-19 legislation not consistent with democratic processes in North Macedonia?
Well, as I said, the number of adopted decrees with the force of law by the government during the emergency situation was questionable because their number was too high, and some of them were questioned in terms whether they were really necessary to be adopted and implemented. And as I mentioned, a couple of examples that some of them really failed to respect the principle of necessity and proportionality. Most of them were really focused on alleviating the problems that arose with the pandemics, and that had to be measures that had to be taken in order to handle the situation. But there were some of them which were really questionable, and they justifiably raised rumors and reactions in the public.
Interesting. I have one for Lian and Ebert. Question is, should digitalization become the norm after COVID, obviously?
Well, the evidence that we have consulted, the answer would be no. Because of the opinions that have been collected by the evaluation committee, as well as, let's say, our general idea and the ideas of our legislator when enacting the temporary legislation, because it was stressed time and again, both in these legislative meetings in the lower and the upper house, as well as by the representatives of the local council, that they felt it as a, let's say, a useful tool when you could not meet in person in front of a live audience. So both from the, let's say, from the central legislators, as well as from the local rulers and local representatives, we have seen evidence collected that they experience it as suboptimal, to be positive, suboptimal for the democratic process in general, both in terms of meeting and decision making, as well as in terms of the meeting and decision making being the epicene of a full interaction with your constituency, the people that voted for you, as well as the people you govern, the businesses that you can visit, the soapboxes on which you climb as a local governor, in which you tell your story and which you get then immediately responses to at occasions and receptions and so forth. And all those, let's say, small distance contacts are very important, particularly for local democracy, as a result of which will be very hard to replace by democracy via digital means. On the other hand, we are worried in our country relating to the people participating in this type of direct interaction with politicians and local rulers. And there are some initiatives up and down the country on the municipal level to, let's say, to broaden your consultation effort by opening up digital platforms with specific type of, let's say, policy issues like the renovation of a neighborhood or the destination or the determination of specific activities in an area. The evaluation of those is, as far as I have consulted, not very reliable, because in terms of, it is usually evaluated by those who have an interest in that it's a success. So in that respect, it's always a success, because it is evaluated by the consultancy firm or the technology firm who delivered the platform. So in terms of what you aim at in saying it is a success in terms of response, you get some response, but whether you get response from the people that would not have responded, would you not have had your digital platform, that I rarely see in these evaluations really being investigated. So I am a bit hesitant about that, and I come back to my first part of the answer in saying on the local level, the direct contact between politicians and rulers and the constituency, the voters, as well as those you rule, is so very important that I would not want this to be absorbed fully into digital forms of contact.
Very interesting. There is one other question also came for Lian. It is anonymous, so whoever it was, they didn't want to say who they were. The question is, in Mexico, a somewhat background issue upon legislative works is related to the question on whether they take place during the plenary sittings or if the works done in committees once turn to the following stage, i.e. to be voted by the majority, are the heart, at the heart of this power, and lawmakers are there only to back or stop a bill. If the second option is seen as correct, then the presence of at least half lawmakers plus one, which would mean 251 in the Mexican lower chamber, is not quite necessary. our legislature is planning on handing out tablets for each and every representative so that they may vote from other places outside the legislative site. I would like to know if you may comment upon this stand. Rather long question, but
yeah, I was in the happy occasion to read the question as well as in the Q&A function of this platform. So let me just give evidence from the evaluation committee on voting via, let's say, a separate application than the discussion platform. So not, let's say, voting by not raising your hand as I now do, but by way of entering a vote into a separate application. And there were, in the form that this question now presents, the evaluation committee came up with two worries. One of the first worries is, of course, the integrity of the vote. If you have a separation between, in terms of the digital presence of a person, a separation between image, voice on the one hand and the voting behavior on the other hand, you have to have all kinds of extra precautions in place in order to secure that the person who votes is actually the representative elected. That's one of the worries, and as a result of that worry and also of some, let's say, very limited experimentation in the local governments in the COVID period in our country, voting apps were abandoned and are now advised against by the evaluation committee. And it is pleaded for that if any platforms is going to be used in the future any longer, it should support voting more than it does now. Because, you know, in this Zoom meeting, we can raise hands, or we can raise, let's say, in the image, but also we can click on the raise hand button or something like that. But it doesn't mean, particularly in a larger council, it doesn't mean that you have an extra interface that brings the voting result into place, etc. So one is that the integrity of the vote, and the other part is that it leads sometimes to hybrid meetings where some are present to vote and others are not present, but they vote then via the digital application. And the commission, the evaluation commission, advised against that because it was felt both by the representatives as well as by the expertise inside the commission to render the field unequal, saying that, let's say, how shall I put it into respectful terms, let's say the political hassle on the floor is then participated in only by the representatives who are present on the floor, and those who are not are outside this process. So if in the question the legislative process is strictly in two stages, where the preparation of the bill is done in a committee and the plenary can only say yes or no, so no political hassle whatsoever, it may be that this danger is less relevant, but again, an unequal playing field for the representatives, where you have, let's say, two categories of representatives, present and not present, is advised against. That would be my answer to the question.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. David, I have one here. I don't know if you want to answer it. Given the long list of issues in Pakistan's democratic processes, are COVID-19 restrictions a problem or a symptom?
Yeah, well, the COVID-19 restrictions, when they were first issued, I mean, I was looking very much from the prism, I say, of federal government, federal provincial relations, because I think that's a very important aspect of Pakistan's democracy. What I think, when this first erupted in Pakistan, it looks like it was going to be an exponential rise of the pandemic in Pakistan. Now, since then, it looks like it's been dealt with. I mean, it looks like there's a bit of a quandary as to why there's been quite a successful approach. Hopefully, it'll continue that way. So, the immediate response by the lockdown measures, I mean, there's only so much you can, with all the issues that there are. The reality is that the tension between trying to secure the economy and trying to secure people's livelihoods was always going to be very challenging in countries such as Pakistan. So I do think that it was important. I do think it is important, but I was just looking at it from the angle of provincial-federal relations and what that means, and really the absence of local government. And I really think that perhaps strengthening local government would make these dealing with these pandemics in the future more effective.
Thank you very much. Evert, can I ask you a question, because you've done research on this? You see, the thing with digitalization is that it takes us closer to direct democracy. And I'm surprised. Two things. First of all, I can see why political parties want to jump in, because they want to continue the status quo in direct democracy, them being in between the citizen and the state. But I'm surprised individual citizens have not said, well, yes, we do like the fact that we can look at all these things, and perhaps we should be involved in decision making. Or have they not been asked about it at all?
Let me be careful with what I say. In terms of the paper, we have to wait the third report evaluation committee, and we are not yet sure whether they will be able to really assess the, let's say, the participation of the public in the meetings, whether that really differs between a live audience and a digital audience. Because that would be one important aspect of digitalization, saying that it's not detrimental to public participation in an audience. But that's not exactly the thrift of your question, because you also refer to direct democracy. I think in order to give fair consideration of your question, I would have to elaborate a bit on the political landscape in the country where I come from and where we report on, which is a very pluralistic political system, both on the local, provincial, and on the national level, as a result of which, let's say, all kinds of political voices are vocalized by political parties. Old-style parties like Christian Democrats and Social Democrats, but also new-style parties, particularly at the local level. You see local initiatives, parties surrounding a specific person with charisma, all kinds of, let's say, a very fluid landscape, where again you see that in the pluralistic political landscape, direct democracy is, let's say, found to be very hard to implement, because there are at least, let's say, 7 positions on a specific question where it's very hard to reduce a question to, let's say, a digital proposition in front of the people, which is basically one of the downsides why referenda, although we experimented with it, the experiences were very bad and they were abolished. Because it was so hard in the political landscape in our country to reduce the question to a yes or no question. As a result, even on the local level, do we, let's say, for example, which is a highly debated issue in the areas up and down the country, can we have a refugee reception facility in neighborhood X in this city? Well, it seems like a yes or no question, but then again, it is either captured by people from outside who wants to say yes or no, and people from inside who say yeah, yes, but under the condition this, or no, under the condition that. And those conditions are usually implied in the concept of the decision, but are very hard to communicate in these digital consultation platforms. The tradition, let's say the political tradition, is for this country against it. And my personal opinion, if you allow, I would argue against it because of the fact that it leads so much to simplification of the debate.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Costas, could I jump in very briefly on that?
Yes.
Just to say, in the United Kingdom, I completely agree with what was just said. In the United Kingdom, we thought we'd asked rather a simple question, which was, do you want to leave the European Union or stay in it? and there are at least as many different interpretations of the question and the answer as people who voted.
Exactly.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, Liane, Everett, and David. Thank you very much. The session is finished, but we have a next session. Wait, is there another? No, there isn't another question. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, no, not a question, someone thanking us. Maria, the next session is here, isn't it? We don't have to move. We don't have to do anything.
No, we don't have to move. We're here. It was an excellent discussion. Thank you all very much. We have to stay here, and the next session, which is the final plenary session, is at 4 o'clock. So in 25 minutes, 24 to be exact. So thank you very much.
Brilliant.
See you in a short while here.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I'll see you at 4. Thank you. It is a few minutes past 4 o'clock. So hello, and this is the last session, and I am introducing Joelle Grogan, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Middlesex, and her area of specialization is the rule of law. And strictly speaking, Joelle is an old hand in this sort of conference because she was the convener of a COVID-19 and states of emergency symposium recently, and we have selected her contribution as last because exactly she offers a global perspective, and we were very much interested in it. We wanted to end with a global perspective. Joelle, you have the floor, and there will be, of course, questions afterwards. Just remind everyone that if you want to ask a question, use the Q&A button at the bottom of the screen. These will come to me, and I will then ask the panelists. And if you don't want your name, you can send it anonymously, so no one will know. Thank you very much. Joelle, the floor is yours.
So thank you so much to the organizers. First, because this is my husband's computer, hence his face and not mine when it comes to the icon. Can I just check that everyone can hear me? So if you cannot, please raise a hand or otherwise aggressively make it known. But looking, no concerns?
We can hear you. Perfect.
Fantastic. Okay. So again, thank you so much to the organizers for what's been a fascinating day. Really interesting insights into so many countries and so many of the larger concerns that have emerged as a consequence of the COVID-19 crisis. So on the 30th of January, as I think we can all vaguely remember, it's been about 2 years ago since January 2020, but the WHO declared the global COVID-19 pandemic to be a global health emergency. As the infection rates have spiraled exponentially across the world, the limitations that we've seen placed on individual liberty, movement, assembly, worship, education, commercial activity, as well as on elections and parliaments and the courts, have been the most restrictive in contemporary history. As has been echoed throughout the day, this has become a flashpoint of concern related to executive overreach and the increasing autocratization of states, democratic deconsolidation, and my own area of expertise, rule of law backsliding. One of the most concerning and pressing questions to us here involved with democracy and the rule of law is something that we're hearing quite increasingly, the question of whether autocracies are better placed, are better able to tackle crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic than democracies. So at the conclusion of this paper, I hope to offer a more nuanced answer to that question. So First, as has already been mentioned, and thanks again to the organisers for giving it a shout out, I was the convener of the COVID-19 and States of Emergency Symposium. It was co-hosted by the Fassens blog and Democracy Reporting International. Beginning in April, my gosh, it's been so long ago, beginning in April 2020 and ending on the 26th of May, so that's 50 days, we published 82 contributions analysing 74 countries worldwide, accounting for about 80% of global population, looking at the very distinct question of the use of emergency power from the perspective of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. I was incredibly privileged that we had some incredible contributions worldwide, all of them in-state experts, who included European Court of Human Rights judges, as well as professors, experts, and NGOs from a range of disciplines, including public, international, and constitutional law. This wealth of comparative legal analysis enables both consideration of, and this is to echo the first paper from the European Parliament researchers, with this particularity of each state, but also allows us to identify some of the unifying commonalities that we've seen across the world. This very drafty, now that I read it again, but this working paper that I've submitted begins to examine only some of these core questions. So in light of the short amount of time that I have, as I know that we all want to get into some more discussion as to what's happened today, I'm just going to focus on two elements. The first is this use of emergency power, and whether or not the constitutional safeguards, or even the legal safeguards that we've placed on states of emergency or on emergency powers broadly understood, have made it preferable than to rely solely on ordinary legislative powers or ordinary legislation. The second aspect I'm going to focus on, and this is hopefully to end on a point of optimism for today, is identifying a positive trend of governance that we're seeing throughout the world, which is correlated not only with more successful adaptation and response to the COVID-19 pandemic, in managing infection rates, and also in lowering mortality rates, but also tends towards better quality of governance in short, medium, and long term. So hopefully a little bit of positivity to end the day. In the interest of time, I'm not going to be examining what has been the most concerning developments. That's the realities of the abuse of power that we're seeing throughout the world, and shared concerns that we're seeing in the limitation of both legislative oversight and also judicial scrutiny, and the varying degrees to which we're seeing increasing autocratization of what were considered democracies throughout the world. All this to say, I would simply echo so many of the individual concerns that were identified throughout the day to say this is a global concerning trend. However, the first point, the first aspect to focus on, this is the use of emergency powers and comparing the use of emergency power from a state of emergency perspective and use of ordinary power. Now, this is often rested in the literature, at least, on two assumptions. The first assumption is that conditionality, the more conditions that we place on the use of emergency power, the less likelihood that there is of abuse. The second assumption is, well, let's avoid emergency power altogether. Let's instead rely on ordinary legislative powers, ordinary powers within legislation, and thus there is no likelihood of abuse. The powers will not be abused. So these two assumptions I'll test shortly. First, and this is again to echo the first paper, this is a methodological point. Now, why I've distinguished between emergency powers and ordinary legislative powers, largely by how our contributors have done. They've relied on what the governments have described their use of power as being. Have they been using emergency powers or have they not? So I've largely relied on what our contributors have identified as either declaring a state of emergency or not. First point is on conditionality. Now, as we've heard a lot of today, the conditionality in each country is largely dependent on the historical experience of those states. For example, Ireland has no provision whatsoever for declaring a state of emergency except in armed rebellion or in war or other aggression, political aggression. As a counterpoint, For Malaysia, it's up to the king to decide whether or not there's sufficient concern for public order to declare a state of emergency. Again, highlighting that for many states, they didn't declare a state of emergency, not because it wasn't very deeply concerning in a legal perspective, but simply there was no provision in their constitution or otherwise to engage with it. Similarly, we've had experiences, for example, in France, where the experience of 2 years of an emergency meant that they wanted to avoid it almost entirely, and instead declared a new statutory state of health emergency, though with concerningly less legislative oversight than would have been expected in the declaration of a constitutional state of emergency. The second aspect, which is often discussed, is derogation from international human rights instruments, with the assumption, well, ongoing debate, that by derogating, you're calling attention to your own awareness of what you're doing. You as a state are being aware that you are derogating from very important aspects of, well, fundamental rights. While the majority of countries, and in the 74 countries that we analyzed in the symposium, about 55% of the countries declared a state of emergency or otherwise used emergency powers that we described. What's interesting to note in terms of derogation from the ECHO or the ICCPO or the ACHO in the American context is only a minority derogated. And this minority often only derogated because it was a constitutional mandate. If you declare a state of emergency, you must derogate. States, this relates to a very important point, which is states which have highly prescriptive conditions attaching to states of emergency, including the obligation to derogate from constitutional rights and international treaties. Well, there's been this assumption that they attach higher bars for their activation, and so act as this necessary safeguard or limitation on their use. However, what's emerged from the symposium and the analysis of the countries, this hasn't necessarily actually come to pass in practice. For example, we focused on Estonia and Chile, which have highly prescriptive conditions attaching to the declaration of a state of emergency, and they ticked every box. They derogated and otherwise declared their state of emergency to be within the boundaries of what was legally permissible. However, in practice, both states reveal worrying trends in the use of emergency powers. For example, with very limited parliamentary oversight, the Estonian coalition has introduced a package of measures unrelated to the crisis entirely, which, however, has been closely aligned with the policy preferences of the ruling parties. Similarly, the Chilean government has made use of emergency powers to curb ongoing civil unrest and to potentially delay a planned referendum on a new constitution far beyond the expected timeline of the current pandemic. What this then relates to is a question of, well, if this isn't working well, what is the preferred framework? And again, resting on an assumption that we've always had in emergency powers and emergency provisions, the preferred framework that we've assumed has been to rely on a two-step process. First, the executive may declare a state of emergency, but this must be consequently confirmed within a reasonable time by the legislature, and any extension on that time must also be confirmed by the legislature. This is that very important point of who uses the powers and who guides the use of those powers. Again, a concerning reality that we've seen throughout the world is that these conditions alone cannot limit the potential for abuse. And a critical example for that idea that we can limit abuse comes from Egypt. So in 2014, the Egyptian constitution was drafted with the intention of bringing an end to the near perpetual state of emergency that had existed since 1967. The safeguards introduced are exactly the ones which I, as a legal academic, would advise. It includes a two-thirds approval of the House of Representatives, and many other ongoing legislative approval mechanisms for a continuing state of emergency. However, this has essentially been sidestepped through formalism. The president will declare a new state of emergency only a few days after the lapse of the previous one. We've seen an ongoing and continuing state of emergency. In fact, Egypt didn't even declare a state of emergency in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic because it was still within one. It did and it has, however, been passing very concerning emergency legislation, which has limited the courts to give any degree of oversight, and in fact expanded military oversight of civilian practices in the context of the pandemic. What becomes apparent on this global perspective is that provisions on states of emergency alone, even if they're robust from a democratic or rule of law perspective, are not enough. What's most important is actually executive commitment to the rule of law and democracy. A constitution is little more than words on paper if there isn't a sufficient degree of the separation of powers and also an independent judiciary. All this to say, the legal, political, and social context can be as important as the legislative provisions. Now, with horror, I've just looked across and seen the time and seen that I spent 9 minutes on emergency powers. And so what I'm actually going to do is to cut to that final point, this emerging point of what has emerged, what realities have emerged from the analysis is that using ordinary powers or using emergency powers is no more and no less an indicator of abuse than this larger social, political, legal context. You need more than conditions in your law. You need a good legal, political, and social environment. However, there is a positive trend. There's definitely a positive trend. The positive trend is governance that is built on trust and transparency. Now, I come with a very important qualification to this, and my qualification is that these trends in governance based on trust and transparency, I'll describe a little bit more what I mean by that. They're not necessarily only associated with democracies or even autocracies, that the nuanced answer to whether or not autocracy or democracy is superior in responding to the COVID-19 crisis, actually whether or not there's sufficient trust in governance, that trust in the quality of governance, the quality of response that government is leading, is far more an indication of not only positive trends in terms of response to the virus, but also whether or not there is longevity in the governance itself, whether or not there is ongoing positive trend in response to this emergency. Now, to push this forward a little bit into, well, can we identify some emerging best practice? And we can. We can look at the countries that are doing well, and we can ask how they're doing it and what they're doing. Government response, which is reliant on public trust, this is personal social responsibility, but built on public trust, which is bolstered by rationalized and transparent decision-making and a capacity to adapt, to change, and to reform legal measures when they're found to be at fault. And this is through listening to experts like who are on the conference today. That has resulted in the most positive trends worldwide. One other aspect that I should also highlight is that policies and measures which rely primarily on public trust do appear to correlate with positive outcomes, but they have also been, well, some of the caveats that I should have mentioned already is that they can also depend on the quality of the legal system, social system, and health systems around it. While it may seem self-evident that high levels of public compliance and trust in the government's directions can comply and correspond with overall positive response, there are, as I said, some externalities and factors at play. Nevertheless, and to summate everything that I would have loved to talk about in far greater detail, there are identifiable principles which can be derived from current experience. But I identify in these the following observations. First, as I said, declaring a state of emergency or relying on ordinary legislation makes the likelihood of abuse of power no more and no less. The effectiveness of legal safeguards against abuse depends on executive observance of the rules and the strength of the separation of powers to enforce them. Good practice is those state policies which are based on legal certainty, on transparency, on clear communication, and early reaction. And they've most strongly correlated with lower mortality rates and the sooner lifting of restrictions. As a final point and a final plug, all of the recommendations that I've hinted at the end of this very short introduction are actually all in the policy paper that I produced with the Bingham Center for the Rule of Law and the Ashley Weinberg. But one critical point that I can leave on, the final point, as I've unfortunately got a minute over, is the abuse of power, the likelihood of an abuse of power is more dependent on larger context. The pandemic is a catalyst to more concerning developments, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee or determine them. Democracy and autocracy are no more and no less likely to result in positive outcomes, so much as that essential final point. It is trust in governance that determines everything. Thank you, and with apologies again to the organizers for slightly running over.
No, you didn't run over. Thank you very much. Let me say that independently of the symposium and the results you got, this was our assumption behind this conference, our underlying hypothesis, if you want, that the pandemic did not make the slightest bit of difference. If you were an autocratic regime, you continued in your autocratic way. And if you were a democratic regime, you'd continue in your democratic way. So what you found was pretty consistent with what we thought. And in fact, now, if you add the symposium and this conference, because pretty much the experts in this conference said the same thing, that yes, there were some issues, but no, it wasn't COVID. It was I'm delighted that our working hypothesis was consistent with someone else's working hypothesis, and this is, if you like, good science. So we've added a little brick on the knowledge wall, also, we think. Thank you very much. If there is one question, I will ask it, and it is this. You said that you thought that the use of experts was a good thing. And because I'm older, I'm a little dubious, because I've learned that careful selection of experts can give you the answer you require. Even the weirdest suggestions, as the existence of the Flat Earth Society implies, can be supported. So on the one hand, yes, I can see why. On the other hand, I would be a little bit skeptical about the widespread use of experts in parliamentary decision making, and certainly, I mean, it's fine for suggestion, for the initiation of policy by the executive, but use of them for I'm not so sure. What do you think? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
One of the great benefits of running this symposium is two immediate examples have jumped out at me. This is the example of Norway and Finland. So one aspect that I didn't really talk about is use of ordinary legislation and how deeply concerning it's been as to how fast we've had to change and reform the law to adapt to current situations. To give a very, very tiny example just on that point, the legislation that India has relied on, because it's so concerned about historical use of emergency power, was from, I think, the 1860s. So we saw very, very, very fast reform of law. Now, just on the point of the use of experts, throughout the pandemic, we've actually seen strange uses and strange changes of the use of expertise. For example, we've seen soldiers becoming doctors, we've seen police becoming soldiers, we've seen a misuse and abuse of what should be expertise. But the two examples I want to give are Norway and Finland, and both are responding to the needed changes of the law. Now, Norway, very concerningly, there was a storm of protest from legal scholars, lawyers, and judges. The secrecy and lack of accountability, lack of accountable input that the Norwegian government had not used in the radical reformation of its law regarding the coronavirus. Essentially, there was a draft law that was created in back rooms with very little oversight, which caused a mass protest of experts, just like those in the poll. As a consequence of this, Norway, the government, very quickly backtracked and radically reformed its initial draft law on the basis of those suggestions. In terms of also the input of experts, we've seen this in what I would consider two very good examples of how to respond and reform and change legal policies. First, in Finland, which to my mind offers an example of best practice, and had a pluralistic review of the constitutionality and rights compliance of all the executive decrees through standing committees and engagement with external legal and constitutional experts. We heard a fantastic paper today about the importance of committees and the contributions that committees give, in not only in terms of oversight, but in terms of ongoing engagement. We also have Italy, which was, as we know, very, very sadly, was the worst hit in Europe and suffered dreadfully. This tsunami of initial legal responses by the Italian local, regional, and national governments created legal and regulatory chaos. But very quickly it reformed, and it reformed on the basis of expert advice. Now, I hope I won't be showing too much of my politics to say that I don't think flat earthers should ever be considered experts in the way that other experts are experts. But all this to say, what we have seen throughout the world is that countries which adapt, countries which reform the law on the basis of informed criticism, basis of not just going along with what the government is saying, but is instead saying, this is what is working, this is what is not working. Here are the concerns from a democratic rule of law and rights perspective. They have inevitably had better quality law, better quality policy, higher degrees of compliance, again relating to that central point of trust. Trust the government that listens and reforms, necessarily with some experts like those in the call.
I perhaps we shouldn't drag this on, so perhaps the less said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. And I think we now turn to our rapporteurs. Aren't we going to turn to our rapporteurs, Franklin?
Yes. Well, thank you very much also from my side. And indeed, we had fascinating debates in our different groups. And so in this third concluding session, we are going to hear from these different breakout groups. And so we had a rapporteur in each of these groups, and we have asked them to make a very short presentation. We really want to make it short because it's the end of a long day, just to highlight the main points in each of the groups, also what were the main points of discussion and exchange, or any other key learnings and recommendations. So at least we have heard it also for those groups which you have not been able to participate. So our rapporteurs are Victoria Hasson, which is the Senior Parliamentary Advisor at WFD, which is rapporteur for Group 1. Then Maria Mosmuti from the IALS, who is rapporteur for both Group 2 and Group 3. And then Graham Ramshaw, who is the Director of Research at WFD, is the rapporteur for Group 4. If any of the participants here have any comments on the summaries from the rapporteurs, of course, you're free to write that in the Q&A box. So let's start with the summary for Group 1 by Victoria Hasson.
Hi there. Thank you, Franklin. Just to say that I have really enjoyed today, but I also really enjoyed my group presentations. They were fascinating. And so I thank the presenters for them. Just to provide just a quick overview of what they were, we had a presentation by Samantha Davey that essentially outlined her review of the legitimacy of COVID guidance in the UK. And she sort of is reviewing that guidance in terms of NOLAM principles and the European Human Rights Convention. And then we had a presentation by Emiliano Frediani from the University of Pisa, and his research looked at the applicability of the precautionary principle in informing state action policy making and actions on COVID, which I was almost too smart for me. I couldn't get some of the principles. It was just brilliant. And then we had a presentation from Sean Molley, And his presentation research looks at the benefits and risks of over-relying on sunset clauses to legitimise emergency legislation, and the risks and benefits in terms of democratic legitimacy. And that was a pretty hard-hitting presentation. And then we had Andrea Cullen, who presented her research looking at the Parliament's power to review the public purse in Australia across 3 different states, and how that was undermined by the government first delaying the submission of the budget and then curtailing time for scrutiny of that sort of budgetary review process by sort of referring to that budget review supply process as urgent. So that was also extremely fascinating. And I guess to sort of pick up on the common themes, I think the first thing to know is that this research is live and active, which is a common thread throughout today's entire conference, but isn't really typical when it comes to sort of talking about legislative scrutiny. Never before have we had a sort of a legislative scrutiny gathering where we're dealing with live current issues and the same issues across all countries. So this research is not just topical, but it's live. It's under constant sort of review. Maybe some of it wasn't yet completed or completed to a degree, but we're still gathering data, which I thought actually just added to how important it is that we're doing this. And the other key things that came out of it was that this emergency situations absolutely risk stripping parliamentary oversight. We heard that message loud and clear, not just on legislation, but also sort of budgets and delegated legislation, and then guidance notes, as Samantha's sort of research really goes into, where, in a situation where suddenly government guidance becomes almost like a sub-law, sub-regulation, and almost more important than the sort of principal act itself. Not that that was necessarily completely scrutinised or scrutinised by normal processes or time in the UK Parliament, but suddenly the guidance notes are sort of becoming the new law. And a key point that was made is that the people and systems don't actually know the difference between guidance notes and legislation, which I thought was a really important finding from her presentation. And then also the common theme was really in reflection point from these presentations was how different yet long-standing sort of academic models or principles and approaches can be used to assess parliamentary strength in this sort of situation. And I like that all 4 papers really sort of are trying to apply what we already know is tried and tested sort of models for assessing this stuff to a very live and emergent context, which I thought was really interesting. Samantha took the interesting human rights and principle of legitimacy lens to ask, analyse sort of key aspects of our UK governance and action. It really hones in on consistency and clarity of these governance guidelines, as well as sort of the impact of their application. And Emiliano's fascinating post-analysis of the Italian government's response to the COVID situation sort of, anticipates really the need for sort of governments to apply perhaps this precautionary policy-making approach to sort of pick up a different methodology or approach, and now make sure that they sort of learn lessons through that and perhaps adapt state administration and state responses, and also parliamentary responses to these types of emergency and unforeseen situations. And I actually think that's got broad international applicability. So it'd be really fascinating to see how much that research takes off and is picked up. I love that the strong word of caution that Sean gave to relying or over-relying on sunset clauses to overcome sort of abuses of state power, and actually perhaps that sunset clauses, whilst we like them, we celebrate them, especially in these types of circles, that they are a potential smokescreen for either sort of abuses of power or false herrings in terms of actually overcoming abuses, power abuses, or ways to sort of create more transparency and oversight, because they've got pre-existing flaws and there's gaps in their application sort of primarily. And then Andrea's sort of hard-hitting sort of sort of ruthless sort of essentially conclusion that unless Parliament's given time to look at budgets, then they really can't do anything. All their powers are stripped away the second that they don't have time to review state spending. And And there was a really important context of local elections taking place in Australia, and not having the time to actually showcase the extent to which the government has been good with the public purse before an election, has serious impact on the legitimacy of the outcome of those local elections. And I just had never thought about, this particular, category of legislative scrutiny as being so fundamental to the COVID situation. And so I think these are the sort of the main themes and my main sort of collection of thoughts around them. So I hope that was useful and timeless.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much, Victoria. Perfect summary. So now we'll go to Maria, and Maria was rapporteur in 2 groups. So thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you, Franklin. Thank you, everyone. I was in 2 groups, Group 2 and Group 3. And Group 2 dealt with scrutiny in practice. We had 5 speakers.
A bit louder. Yes.
We had 5 speakers in that group, and there was a wealth of information that was shared with all the participants. So we examined different case studies, different countries, European countries, Asian countries, and Elena Garillo started the question, looked at France, Italy, and Spain, and the executive as lawmakers, and she posed a question whether it was about discontinuity or discontinuity in relation to normal times. So her answer to this question, as far as I understood, was that actually the situation has involved both. So a continuity in the use of the same instruments of executive lawmaking that were used before quite excessively in the countries examined, but also a discontinuity in the level of scrutiny that had to do with respect for fundamental rights and for the quality of legislation, accountability and transparency. So very interesting perspective that had to do with lawmaking in particular. Then Kinlal Devkota from Nepal raised an issue about how the Infections Act, a very old act from the 50s, was evoked to deal with a crisis. An act that had been drafted for a completely different reason, to deal with malaria, and was obviously very insufficient with regard to the present circumstances. And his conclusion was that using a legislative instrument that was not fit for purpose was in fact a very important and serious threat to democracy. And he gave different examples of how this was actually the case. Then we heard from the Greek Parliament, from Fotis Fitselis, who adopted a slightly different perspective and showed how the pandemic was an opportunity, if I can use that word, for the Greek Parliament to empower itself and an opportunity for emancipation. And he examined 2 dimensions of this emancipation. First of all, the measures that were adopted with regard to health and safety, and all the measures and how parliamentary procedures were adjusted, which I guess has been common in many countries around the world, but also the digital transformation and how the parliament moved from being almost non-digital to being excessively digital. So again, a very interesting perspective. Then we heard from Myanmar and the kind of challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has raised with regard to civil society, education, elections, and so on and so forth, and the kind of challenges and the responses to these challenges. And then we concluded with Sosi Tatikian from Armenia, who examined the state of emergency that was adopted there, and how that affected, again, a number of sectors and the spread of fake news and so on and so forth. What makes Armenia slightly different from other countries is that it didn't stop, Parliament didn't stop its operation, so it continued fully with its sessions. It added additional sessions to examine the emergency laws, so there was no digitalization involved there. Again, a very rich session. Unfortunately, we didn't have too much time for discussion because we had all these very interesting presentations. So the discussion at the end focused mostly on technical versus political. And we had both sides, but both arguments supported by different speakers. So I'm moving on to group 3 now, that dealt with operating between democratic fragility and special powers. So this group examined a different set of topics. The first one is quite relevant to what Victoria mentioned before, and Daniel Greenberg examined the use of quasi-legislation and guidance, and he brought up some case studies from the UK, actually 3 case studies, to show how guidance might often send unclear or mixed messages. And he actually talked about, despite the fact that guidance is useful and can be very useful, he talked about collective bad habits that would have to be corrected if we do not want to injure the fabric of the rule of law. So again, a very, very interesting perspective. Mariana from North Macedonia talked about the impacts of COVIDism, she used this term, on political environment, the economy, even the selection of judges. And she took a critical stance towards the use of too many decrees and the extent to which they pass the test of necessity and proportionality. So whether they're really necessary and whether the response was actually proportional to the need. Then we heard from Lian and Everett about digitalization and its use specifically at local level, so local democracy. And I'm just using 3 phrases that I think summarize a lot of the very interesting ideas and discussions that went on, that it works, but it's not ideal. So using digital means is a solution, but it's not necessarily the only or the best or the ideal solution. Deliberation is not democracy, so it's not the full package. You need to add on in order to have the full package. And then you should always be mindful of the virus. So you need a careful evaluation of all these processes that are not driven by the crisis in order to see to what extent you need to use digital tools to promote democracy, especially at local level. And finally, we heard from David Trilby on the case study from Pakistan, with a focus on the balance between provinces and their autonomy and the balance between provincial government and central government. And there were different approaches, again, highlighting the positive and the negative aspects. There was a fascinating discussion at the end, focusing mostly on the use of technology and, again, the use of guidance and quasi-legislation in order to inform the public, and the need to inform the public and also law enforcers like police and others about what actually is the government policy. So a very, very interesting session. So this is all for me. Thank you all for attending. Back to you, Franklin.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you for impressive presentation to actually present 2 working groups at the same time. Thank you. So now I will go to Graham for Group 4.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Group 4 featured 4 case studies looking at the questions that are between democratic oversight and democratic backsliding. And I know Joelle was trying to reach for some positive trends here, but there wasn't much positive going on in this session. So we looked at 4 countries, examples of their experience during COVID. The first was Brazil, and we looked there at certain sort of authoritarian acts that had been taken during the COVID period, but they were keen to contextualize those within the sort of general authoritarian trend that Brazil is experiencing over the last several years. So that was a sort of key feature of some of our case studies going forward. Ultimately, there was a little glimmer of hope in the sense that the Supreme Court and the legislature have managed to mitigate some of the most excessive measures to date. So there is some checks and balances happening, but it was left with a sort of ominous "so far" at the end of the paper. So not a positive ending there in Brazil. We then moved to Poland, where we looked at some last-minute amendments and reforms to the electoral law that were pushed through just before the election was due to be held there, and looked at the implications of that, both on sort of some constitutional issues that emerged as a result of the process by which that was done, the benefit that was derived by the ruling party due to those changes, and the sort of uncertainty that surrounded the electoral process as a result of that, both in terms of the style of voting, but also in terms of what the actual timing and process would be. And then also looking at the fact that the Supreme Court sort of declined to exert oversight over this particular issue, and in that sense, at least in the opinion of our sort of author, had sort of abdicated their responsibility slightly in that sense, and so it gave way to sort of negative long-term possibilities there for democracy in Poland. We then jumped to Nigeria, where, and again, as a sort of common theme that's coming out of the day, where they're using a quarantine act from 1926 as the basis for their COVID response. And this has a number of implications for what the legislature actually can do. It has meant that there's almost no room for scrutiny or oversight from the legislature. The regulations can be put through without them being shared with the legislature at all, and there's very little room for sort of post-legislative scrutiny either. And this results essentially in sort of executive impunity, which has resulted in a number of issues with the way COVID response has sort of panned out in Nigeria. And so there's a very loud call there from our presenter for sort of changes to that, and much more monitoring and evaluation of legislation and policy in Nigeria from the legislature in particular. And then finally, we ended in Albania, where we saw, again, sort of similar to Brazil, COVID less as a sort of catalyst for this kind of sort of anti-democratic work, but more as a cover for legislation that the ruling party may or may not have wanted to push through anyway, but was certainly pro-ruling party. And in a system where there's very little to no judiciary oversight currently functioning in Albania, little opposition in parliament to any of these measures, and also an environment in which the government had essentially shut down the media as well, except for sort of a single pro-government source. This meant it was very easy for these sort of anti-democratic measures to take hold, and again has sort of negative repercussions on democracy going forward. We also ended up with sort of quite a small amount of time for discussion. There was some discussion at the end around comparing Albania with some other countries in the Balkans, seeing whether their experience was different or similar to other areas in the regions, and particularly sort of North Macedonia with their interaction with Greece. But I think the comparison that our author said was more apt was with Serbia and with the experience of legislation. So just some final sort of key thoughts, and I think these seem like themes that I must have been running through the day. Essentially, that COVID is not creating these governance problems, but it is exacerbating ones that exist. So COVID less as a governance problem in itself, but much more as and I think, Konstantin here that, if you're autocratic, you'll act autocratically. And if you're sort of democratic, you're trying at least to be as democratic as possible. The second was how essential parliaments and courts in particular are in providing some kind of scrutiny over the executive. As I said, in Brazil, checking some of the more excessive measures, and what can happen in their absence in places like Albania, or where they've been sort of co-opted, potentially, as in Poland, and how a crisis like COVID or any other crisis that may occur in the future can be manipulated and used for political gain in their absence. So that's what I would summarize. It's not a sunny way to end, but now turn it back over to Franklin.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Graham. And thank you also, Maria and Victoria, for summarizing these proceedings. So we are now coming to the end of this digital conference, and on behalf of WFD, and before handing over to Dr. Stefano for his concluding remarks, I want to thank all of you for participating, thanking the 25 presenters for the excellent papers and for the research which you have done during these summer months, putting this together. As mentioned at the opening of the conference, we have an extensive partnership with the IALS, and I hope to continue this partnership with future research approaches. And I want to thank in particularly Kostas and Maria for embodying this approach of cooperation. And I also want to thank the two persons which were sitting behind the screens to make it all happen today, Dali from the IALS and Kirti from WFD. Many thanks. So, Dr. Stefano, over to you. You're muted.
Now I'm okay. I am not muted anymore. Thank you very much. For us, we've never done this before in the sense that this was a huge conference with 2 breakout groups using Zoom, this, that, the other. It was very complicated. It worked very well. So I'm delighted. And it was fantastic experience for all. In terms of the substance, it's very rare that at the end of a conference, someone can say, you know what, we have a result. Because usually it's, well, you know, half of it went one way, the other. I think it is reasonable for us to say that in our original question, we said fact or fiction. And I think that early narrative was proven twice to be fiction. Emergency legislation under COVID did not make undemocratic regimes more undemocratic or democratic regimes more democratic. It had an effect perhaps on the timing, perhaps on the length of discussion. So usually emergency legislation requires a 24-hour discussion as opposed to, I don't know, 3 days, whatever, but not really anything else. So in terms of the substance, this narrative, which was presented to us, I have to say, by the end of March, it was almost a given. It causes undemocratic, it has undemocratic connotations. It causes authoritarian decisions to be confirmed. And there was no evidence. That is why we decided on this topic. And that is why we said fact or fiction, because we couldn't really see evidence, but at the same time, we hadn't done extensive research. So now some reasonably good research has been done, and we can say that at this stage, it seems to be fiction. Perhaps other studies will show the opposite, and perhaps they will be better. I don't know. To complement this huge conference, we are going to have the publication of a double issue of the European Journal of Law Reform. Double issue means every issue is 55,000 words. Double issue is 110 thereabouts. So it's a huge book, and we over the next 24 to 48 hours, I think we're going to have a meeting tomorrow. We're going to finalize our selection and send emails. Now, we have a minor problem in that we ask for articles to be 3,000, around 3,000 and around 6,000 words. Some of the articles that were supposed to be 3,000 are 8,500. And, you know, we have to think about whether it is possible for someone to bring something down from 8,500 to 3,000 and still be publishable quality. So these are the little things, niggling things that we're going to discuss tomorrow. And so I promise you, over the weekend or perhaps earlier, I will send the emails to all those who have been selected, whose work has been selected for publication. And we will give you not a very long time, because our publishers are keen to publish this. You probably have a couple of weeks to polish it a bit, and then off it will go to the publishers. So if there is one last thing to say is congratulations to to those who made this possible. And I include not only those who worked for it, but those who presented, because without those presenting, there wouldn't be a conference. So congratulations to all. Thank you very much. You have been amazing in that you have endured from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So no wonder Franklin lost weight. There it is, Franklin. That's right. And the weight you lost, of course, it came to me. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you again on the next big conference we have with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and I'm delighted that we do these things together. Thank you very much.